Alright, was that convincing? That worked? Was I properly scared? Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. Is that what you wanted? You read the actual Pokemon? Yes. That's the point. Because you can gargle these nuts. Attaboy, Noodles. Okay. 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 Nobody clip this. Nobody clip this. We got him. They call me Sharpshooter Kodak. We got him. Wait. I got him. Got them all. I have murdered an innocent child. We're gonna find a shiny before we find the 6th Pokemon. At this rate, like, actually, that's not even a joke. We're gonna find a shiny before we find the 6th Pokemon. I hate this game. We found the 6th Pokemon and the shiny simultaneously. And he's all okay. And he's up to the races. They got some weird fish out here in Hyrule, don't they? They got some weird looking fish.
You said it's pretty good.
Yeah, the quality's great on that one.
As long as it's good enough, you know. As long as I don't look like I'm in a freaking hentai, that's fine. You know.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Hold on. Let's go with Chef. Oh, whoa. Hey there, bud. You ever heard of hamburgers? They say they're eating in a mysterious land, and that they have a taste never experienced before. As a chef, I have to try one at least once. So yeah, I want to visit this mysterious land, but I'm a bit scared too. Be a pal and take me there, eh? A world's request. I want to eat the hamburgers from Peculiar. 10,000 gold. Everybody having a good time here. Whoa, have a blast. Fantastic, am I right? Fuck's sake. Nobody look at the playtime there. No, not one of you look at the playtime there. Her name is great, but that Tantal Day theme though, true. Let's go to Sprout Tower here and see what we've got going on. Ooh.
Thank you so much for the 35 months.
True blue. I just found a full odds shiny magic card.
Wee! That's really good. No one redeemed that.
Oh, this water spout's gonna do nothing though. That was a crit. It did 1 damage into the counter. Ladies. I'm famous. But hey, I found Zach first. You may be La Primera, but you can't go stealing her from me. Oh, territorial. We're having a good time here. Everyone's laughing and having fun. And now we're playing Pokemon Go every day. Yes! Love it here. Let go of this button at any moment. I can let go of this at any moment and bash your head in. Leave! God. I don't know. I feel like Sylveon should be a boss personally. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I never said that. You saw nothing. I'm waiting for like Mewtwo to show up. You know? When you're right, you're right. I just not have to deal with the security bots. But also, I just realized, who gives a shit? I can just shoot Chica in the face. Where is she? What the? Okay, what happens if I push the... What? Alright. Leaf_VT says, and I quote, I don't want to say it in Zach's chat, but it's called Star Rail because I want to rail march in the stars. Thank you, Leaf, for your contribution. All my fucking hydroponic. I swear to Christ, This time for real.
Nick, she's a research student at the university. Country you.
Is there anything else you want to forget what to do before I start? No? I'm sure there's something I've already forgotten. Hi! How's it going? Happy belated Fuka Friday. It's in my heart, it's Friday. And that's the one we're going with at this point. Hope everyone is doing well. Cat, congratulations on first. Everybody else is out there hanging out, lurking about. Hope you are all doing good. Tonight we're going to be jumping in. We're going to be doing more Persona 3. We made a lot of good progress yesterday because we accidentally streamed for like 8 hours. So, oops. We will not be doing the same thing again today, unfortunately, for anyone who's hoping for that. But we will be playing a lot more Persona. We are on our way. We are where did we finish? It was like late May, I think. So we're coming along pretty well here. We're making good progress, and I'm very excited to do more, to continue to play, etc., etc., etc. We will not have a stream tomorrow, but we will be back on Monday. I'm trying to think of if there was anything else I had to say. I don't think there really is. I think we're straight chilling. So I don't think I'm gonna dilly-dally too long. I don't think I'm gonna mess around. I think we're just going to hop straight into the game and have some fun with it. What say everybody? I go here. Hopefully that comes up. There we go. Let me pause that. Play that. My headset made the noise that it was going to die soon. So we're gonna get that plugged in while the intro plays. I wouldn't want to do the disservice of skipping the intro anyways. Last time we what did we get through? We beat the first full moon boss. We stopped the runaway train. Akihiko has rejoined our group. He's no longer broken his ribs. He's fine now. As we all know, that's a like less than a month till a full recovery. The miracles of modern 2009 day science know no bounds, right? We started a bunch of social links. We aced the fuck out of our midterms. And I think we left off, we were exploring Tartarus. We're probably going to try to get a little bit more done in Tartarus here. But we will see. It's going to depend on what kind of SP, HP we have left. Because I think we were at like 30-something floor. I'm not sure how high we can go today. I don't remember the like cutoff points. We're just gonna kind of, you know, play it by ear. We're gonna figure it out as we go. Akihiko and I are both a little bit low on
Good
SP,
day.
but we can manage here.
Are you accepting a request?
What are our requests? We need a muscle drink, Juzumaru. We didn't do a rarity thing today. Shoot. I forgot about that. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back in here
Do you
anyways.
see anything achievable?
So we don't need to
Very
like
well.
push too hard today.
Salut.
Let's get a little bit. Probably go to the next teleporter or boss that we can find. Oh,
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
well that. There's no teleporter. We just have to barrel through for now. Best be prepared for the worst. Oh, that's not ideal. Okay, so remember how I said we would stop by probably the next boss? Well, that's this. Give a snuff soul to Akihiko and I think we should be okay from there.
All right.
Enemy territory up ahead. Let's go! Let's do it! If you're not gonna move, then we'll make you. Oh, well, that's a bad start.
Someone come for him.
I'll take care of this. How we do this?
Let's go, Akihiko.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
You're up,
Swap over.
What to do?
Oh, baby.
This is our chance. Let's wipe them.
We've only got 3 for the solid attack. Might have been wise to just wait.
I have to do this.
Get Junpei some health back. Oh,
You've been knocked down. Get up quickly.
not us getting our asses handed to us by a table again. Alright, knock 3.
2 enemies down.
Do it.
Shift over to Aki.
Iori's poisoned. He needs help.
Got him.
Knock another.
That was awesome,
Finish him
Sky
off.
Senpai.
No. Shift
handle it.
over to Yukari.
Leave it to me. Pull the trigger. I won't lose.
Get everybody some health back.
Thanks.
Did you miss me?
Okay, we dizzied the big one. Not
You've
great.
been knocked down.
Pretty good hit.
Iori's poisoned. He needs help.
Okay, we dizzied them. If we knock you, we should be able to all-out attack, right?
The enemy's down.
Yeah, perfect.
Iori's poisoned.
Just the big boy
He
left.
needs help.
For real?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Junpei.
Not good. You've been knocked down.
Uh-oh, Junpei.
This work. I've got you.
Iori's poisoned.
In
He
this
needs help.
situation.
We're working on it.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Be able to finish you here. Perfect.
Well done. Let's continue
All
exploring.
right, that wasn't what I would consider the smoothest start, but we got there.
All right.
That went well enough. We still got a ways to go, though. Don't slack off on the cooldown once we're back at the door, folks. It makes a world of difference in recovery speed. Shoot, the other day I was so zonked I just passed out in my boxers on top of my bed. That sounds like you, Junpei. I'm surprised you didn't catch a cold. Well, getting told by a seasoned vet like Senpai actually has some weight to it. A seasoned vet, huh? That reminds me of a story from before you all came to the dorm. A certain person who, after an intense workout in his room, passed out from exhaustion, drenched in sweat, and then woke up with a raging fever. That was just... I passed out while still wearing my socks. That's enough gabbing. Anyway, let's keep moving. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Spud, what are you doing up so late? Spud? How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 26 months. Oh my gosh. Has it really been that long? Welcome, everybody. Those that are new that don't know who I am, my name is Kodakzak. I'm a variety streamer. My main game is Pokemon. And right now we are playing some of the newly released, as of, what, yesterday? Persona 3 Reload. We're having a grand old time. We just beat a mini boss that kind of we won. It didn't exactly go well for us. We were saying that, you know, hey, maybe we'll you know, continue climbing the tower until we get to the next boss, and the floor that we were on was the next boss, and we were like, well, we can't back down now, so guess we're committed. Early perspective, you know, true. That's actually fair. How are you? How was your stream? What did you get up to? Let me get you a shout out. I know Kat is not yet home, so she cannot do it for me. And I mean, technically, I guess you could, but Call to the Lamb. Ooh, how was Call to the Lamb? How was your cult?
Sometimes
How many
you run
people
into some pretty
joined?
tough enemies, but they spice things up every now and
How
then.
many people have you
One of those
sacrificed? all important questions. Your PC is
Careful,
crashing.
the enemy's
In fact,
nearby.
you can't hear anything. Oh no. Take care, Spud. Oh god, we've got another boss. Oh boy.
Don't tell me.
These battles are just gonna keep coming. Hang in there. I'm picking up another border floor. It's 7 floors from here. So that means that this is a border guard in a manner of speaking. We've got our work cut out for us. I'm counting on you. Okay. We're healthy enough, I think.
All right.
We're ready for battle. Dude, I don't really have much choice. There's no turning back, so.
All right, let's go.
Prepare yourselves.
Best bet with me.
That's my boy. That's my boy, Aki. All right, two down.
Knock down two.
What are we thinking? Wind. Let's go Yukari.
Okay.
Paralyzed enemy. This is the perfect moment to strike.
There's Sona.
Nope. No such luck with that.
Pierce. You think you can hit me?
Ooh.
Excellent.
Okay, Yukari. Perfect. Maybe? Ice? No. We can freeze it, hopefully.
Paralyzed enemy. This is the perfect moment to strike.
Fire? Resist fire. Okay, we don't have a good skill to hit this, do we?
I'll take care of this.
I can knock the other two past. Maybe it's light. That's the only other thing I think I can try at this point.
Knock down two of them.
Take this. Sure. I'll go with
What do we have here? We have light. We do have a Mudo skill, but this is a boss, so I doubt that would work. Yeah, let's go to Unicorn. Let's go light. No. Ooh. Okay. This could go really well for us. This could go really terribly for us. And it starts off going very well for us. Let's go, Yukari. That's what we needed. Okay, we did need one of them. We have to get very careful here to not get crit ourselves. There we go, Junpei. Knock one, shift over to Aki, who can knock the other one, guaranteed.
one step at a time. Do it, Holy Nugent!
God, I love the animations. They're so pretty.
Finish them off!
I cannot get over it.
Pull in place.
We're like not even 10 hours in, and I'm still just like constantly obsessing over the animations.
Just like we planned.
This game is gorgeous.
Oh yeah!
Vacuum slash. Deals weak slash damage to all foes. Okay, that's handy.
Looks like I'm getting even stronger.
Turunda. Okay, that's very helpful.
What?
What's with these back-to-back fights? Yeah, this is a first. It's like pacing anyone? I can't get a read on a pattern for these floors. There's simply too much about which we're still in the dark. We need to prepare even more thoroughly and retreat promptly when we're depleted. We're really pushing the pace on your first day back. Are you holding up all right, Sonata-senpai? Yeah, pretty creepy place, huh? I'm actually trembling right now. I can't wait for the next fight. You're back. How is it going? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. How is Cult of the Lamb? I have not played Cult of the Lamb in a long time. I have not played the new update. So how are you enjoying it? How's that going? What are you, the main character in a fighting manga? Good grief. You don't change, do you, Akihiko? So good. The update is so chaotic. That's what you love to hear. That's all you could really ask for from Cult of the Lamb, truly. I feel like a little bit of madness
With
here
every
and there.
battle, I can feel myself growing stronger.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of...
Okay. Grab these chests, and I think if we have Juzumaru, hey, I need that.
Hey,
Yeah, that weapon looks beastly, but it'd take a real master like me to make good use of it. So, yes, I want you to have it, but not yet. You can woohoo, and you can get a maid costume. Now we're talking. This is what I've been missing, is the maid outfit. Okay. Oh, this is a multi-way teleporter too. Perfect. Let's get out of here. let's skedaddle. We got beat up a little bit here.
Good day. Here are
Um,
my requests. Let's hear the results.
Makuha. Neat. Okay. We need to defeat 200 shadows. We beat 115. We need to open 100 chests. We've opened 54. We need to fuse an Oberon with the skill
Do you see anything
Mazio.
achievable?
We need to get to the top, which we'll do next time we get here. Fortune telling we'll do next time we come here. And we need to find a muscle drink. Okay, easy enough.
Very well.
All right, I think we go home. We head out for the day.
Yes.
All right, rest up and come prepared for our next expedition. But how are you doing, Spud? I hope you're doing well. I feel like we don't get to talk very much unless I'm bullying you in your chat, so it's good to see you. Punctual as always. This morning, Junpei left earlier than usual, looking like the world was about to end. That's a rare sight.
Jeez.
Yeah, no kidding. This is the same Junpei who's always running late. Our midtime scores are going to be revealed today, so... He said he's going to beg the teachers for higher scores before they get posted. As if that's going to work. Oh, by the way, do you remember that girl Sonata-senpai was talking about? Yamagishi-san? I heard she has a weak constitution, but that's just a rumor. I wonder what she's really like. But having more people join us in our fight is good news, right? Dwingo, we never will. You're so right, actually. We're never, ever mean to each other. Hey, the exam results are up. Oh, how do we do? How do we do? I'm in the top 10! What can I say? We're geniuses. We definitely didn't cheat on our exams. we 100% did not cheat on our exams. We got that very genuinely. Everyone's looking at me. Oh, wow, I'm just the coolest. What can I say? We would never cheat on our exams. Imagine. Come to think of it, Mitsuru promised to give me a gift if I scored well. I should talk to Mitsuru when I see her. Lunchtime's almost over. I should get back to class. Is Mitsuru gonna be around today? What is today? Monday? I don't think Mitsuru will be here today. Settle down. You can show off your scores to each other later. Let's spend a bit of time going over the test now. The first part was the kanji dictation section. How did any of you get this part wrong? It was a gimme. I swear, you make me ashamed to be your teacher sometimes. Jesus Christ. God, you guys are so stupid. How did you get how did any of you fail? I hate all of you. Like, whoa, man, whoa, my bad, I'm sorry. Next was a short essay, your reaction to a passage about bullying in schools. These don't have a sole correct answer. You could have write whatever comes to mind, as long as it's relevant. You can even write about something you'd never discuss aloud, like a complaint about bullying at Gekukan, for example. No, I'm sure that's not an issue in this class, right? Bear in mind, I hate cowards who resort to bullying. I'm feeling sleepy. No, we gotta stay up. We gotta get our smarts up. We gotta stay awake. Okay, on to our next section. Many of you got these wrong. Are we paying attention? Good. Now you were asked to write the correct conjunction in each case. The first one's answer was and, but if you wrote however, you lucked out with some partial credit. I won't award it next time though, got it? Force myself to stay awake and listen to the lecture. Someday we'll be above average. Someday. Right now we're just average and ordinary. Hidetoshi wants me to hang out. Kaz wants me to hang out. There's a new burger. And there's a sale at the weapons shop. Cool. And Mitsuru is not available, I don't think. Hello? I know I can't go on without talking to him, but maybe I would be satisfied just staring at him from afar. What should I do? Oh boy. You know that chick back there who's been following me? I don't know what to do with her. So I'll just leave her hanging. Yeah, man. You know what? You do that. You do that, buddy. Oh no, Mitsuru is here. Hi, Mitsuru. I saw your exam results. Good work. Here, this is from the chairman. It's a reward for effectively balancing schoolwork as well as our extracurricular activities. Power incense, guard incense, magic incense, speed incense. Ooh. Leaving now. Let's walk home together.
My apologies.
Sorry, I'm busy at the moment. I need to make some time to study. There's a lot to cover, like material and college entrance exams. Make sure you don't neglect your own studies as well. I know you have other things to worry about. Studying should be a student's #1 priority. We're worried about my study habits. Seems that she wants to focus on her academics. Maybe if I was a genius, then she'd spare me some time. Maybe if I'm a genius. I'm simply average at this point, so unfortunate, really. Let's go with Kaz. Let's go to practice.
Hey there.
Whew, what's the plan for today? Oh, speaking of which, you gonna head to practice today? Sorry, man, go on ahead without me. It's acting strange today. I feel like I might grow closer soon. Yeah, let's go with him. Yeah, I'm gonna head over too. Just give me a sec. I don't see Miyamoto.
Well, we're out of here. Take it easy.
Okay. See you later.
Good hustle out there. You'd better wrap up too. See you next practice.
I made my way back to the dorm after practice. Okay. Oh, hey. How's it going, bud?
Whoa. What's up? I was just gonna sneak back into practice.
You missed the entirety of practice. Where have you been?
My mom's been on my case. She took me to the hospital. She insisted after I told her about my knee. She made the appointment without telling me, so there was nothing I could do.
Aw, poor guy. How did it go?
Hell if I know. Sorry.
Did you not
I know
pay
you're just worried
attention
about me.
when you were in the hospital? They just, they're telling you about what's wrong with your knee, and you're like, I don't care. That's irrelevant.
Today they took some x-rays. They'll give me the results in a few days. Not sure why that has to take so long. Oh, hey, don't tell anyone about me going to the hospital, all right?
I would never.
I'm counting on you. I feel bad for always asking you to keep things quiet. Sorry about that.
No problem, bud. That's what friends are for, or something like that. Rank 4.
All right. The doctor told me to take it easy today, but we should still get to practice.
Practice is over, my guy.
Oh, wait. If you're leaving, that means practice is already over.
Correct.
Well, guess I'll just go home.
That's
See ya.
probably for the best. Instead of go back to the dorm.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Oh my gosh, Aqua!
Perfect timing. Would you mind heading to the rooftop with me?
Thank you. Thank you. S2, Spud. Close enough. Thank you for all the sound alerts. And thank you for the uwu minute. So, what is it?
A quick answer. I like that.
Blue. It's been so long, I have to remember how to do that. Blue. They are blue. Why it gotta be different? You know, it's just the one that I had set up forever ago, and I just haven't fixed it ever since. Just stopping by to annoy me, I appreciate it. How are you
Isn't
doing,
anything
Aqua?
important?
Hope you're
I
doing
just
well.
wanted to show you something. And I just so happen to have the key to the rooftop.
Oh, are you telling me that we can go on the rooftop now? We never got to go on the rooftop before.
Shall we go? Do you recall fighting that shadow here on the rooftop a little while back?
I do remember that. Yeah, it was a rough time. I went into a coma. Good hung out with Ray IRL. Ooh, I hope you guys have fun.
Well, while cleaning up the aftermath, I happened upon some planters and gardening tools.
We can make vegetables.
And I couldn't help myself from setting up our own little garden.
Aww.
So, what do you think? Not too shabby, huh?
Was pretty good.
Ah, you had impeccable taste. I'm glad my efforts didn't go unappreciated. Unfortunately, I can feel my back giving out after all that hard work.
Yeah, okay.
Do you happen to know a good chiropractor?
I just kind of like, I feel like I could pop that right back into place, honestly.
I digress. There is, in fact, a reason I brought you here. I'd like you to use these planters however you see fit.
Cool. What can I
Although
plant?
I did set them up. I'm afraid that I won't be able to tend to a garden as often as I'd like. I did mention it to Kirijo-kun, but it didn't catch on. I suppose due to her upbringing.
Yeah, Mitsuru does not strike me as a gardening type.
Besides, you're able to cook meals at the dorm, correct?
Correct.
Well, now you can grow your own vegetables for healthy eating.
Wow, we're gonna have our own self-sustained ecosystem in this dorm. I'm never gonna have to go outside again. I can make myself food. I can grow my own food. I never have to leave the house again. This is amazing. Sounds interesting.
I'm glad you think so. It would mean a lot to me if you made good use of the planters.
I hope. Oh my god. Welcome home, Cat. How are you?
Once you get started, you'll find there's a lot that can be done. Of course, you're free to do whatever you want.
Free to do whatever I want. That's what I like to hear. At the rooftop garden, you can raise crops and vegetables. Each one will take a different amount of time to grow. You or your teammates can eat the vegetables you harvest to gain benefits that will be helpful when journeying into Tartarus. Great.
Here are some seedlings. Go ahead and plant them if you'd like. You should be able to purchase
No,
other
I
types
like
of
her
seedlings
cats.
around the city. Feel free to experiment. Well,
EP bit alright. That's good.
And now it's time to raise the roof and elevate this garden to new heights. And to top it off,
Stop talking. I need... Sir, I need you to shut up.
eat your veggies, peas.
Buddy, we're gonna take you to pun school and let you learn how to actually make, like, at least like semi-decent pun. I need your puns to be just like, the ones that don't make me like physically recoil at this point. Also, Kat, big news. You're never gonna believe this. Do you know where we are right now? Kat, we're on the roof. We can go on the roof. we can go on to the roof. We're sitting here. Okay, well, you didn't say anything right away, so I didn't know. Nothing's planted in the soil. Looks like we can plant some seedlings. Healthy tomato sprout. 10 days until fully grown. Okay. It can be harvested on 6/4. I sure hope they reminded me about that, because I will forget about these plants up here and absolutely leave them for like 6 months. I did that in Persona 5 all the time, where I'd plant some vegetables with Haru and then just completely forget they were there. At least in 4, in Golden, when you would plant vegetables, you could, yeah, they were right outside your house, so, like, you couldn't miss them. It was great. Yeah, also Nanako would remind you. Glad you agreed to take over caring for the plants. To be honest, just climbing the stairs up to the rooftop is tough for an old man like me. Bro, aren't you, like, 40? Not even an old man. My results were actually better than I expected. It seemed like the exam didn't cover that much this time, so I kind of lucked out. I do still wish that I had enough energy to study after going to Tartarus, though.
Yes.
My scores on this latest round of exams were quite a bit higher than usual. I guess it's only natural, considering how I used my training time to study instead. Alright, Mitsuru told me she'll be back late tonight, so according to her, Tartarus is a no-go. Bought so many cool things, and went to the gluten-free bakery. Oh, I want to see the haul later. I want you to show me all of it. Well, they were what I expected. Oh, just leave me alone, man. Didn't make it to TNT though, which was the entire basis of going out. Well, you did your best. No Tanaka, we can't go with him anyways. We need more charm. No Mutatsu. We can go work part-time. Mr. Almost called you something very rude and mean. I'm sorry, Mr. Disco Chicken, welcome. Welcome in from the Spud raid. Hope you're doing well. Raises charm? Yeah, let's do that. I really, man, I love very interesting game. That's my favorite game. Super game space shot. Very interesting game. Thank you for playing. Also, is this a thing that people do? Do people go to arcades to play dating sims? That feels like a weird genre of game to be playing in an arcade. Maybe that's just me. Like the dating simulator, High School Youth. I practice some lines and mannerisms that I can use to make a good impression with girls. True. The best way to pick up women. Any of you guys out there in chat, the best way to pick up women is to play a lot of dating sims and emulate what happens in them, because it's very realistic to real life, and you'll get so many good habits, I promise. When was our next full moon? It's the 8th, I think. Hi, Junpei. Hey, how'd you do on your exams? I'm satisfied with them.
Wait, what?
What? You traitor? Dude, I'm a laughingstock. You know what I heard these two cute first-year girls saying? Did you see the exam results? Specifically Iori-senpai's? He sure talks big, unlike his brain. Junpei. Not Junpei getting bullied by the freshmen. You understand what I'm going through? My heart is in shambles. And we're not even getting a new girl on the team. No, wait. It's too early to give up hope. We still haven't heard back from her yet. How can we get her to join us? I should figure out what to say to convince her. Go play the dating sim I just played. Maybe that'll work. Class is ended for today. We can go with Chihiro, Kenji, Kazushi. We still can't go with Yukari, I don't think.
Oh,
So the exam results. You were really high up on the list. Kirijo senpai seemed impressed. Maybe she'll even give you some kind of reward. Hello. The other day, I had a dream about Kirijo senpai. He drove me around on her motorcycle, and we cruised around town at midnight. It was so cool. I wish I could ride with her like that for real. I would be happy just to be run over by Kirijo senpai. Bring on her burning hot wheel. Oh my. Honestly, go on. Yeah, no. Gay, homosexual, gay. We see you. I know what you are. I love this girl. I hope, my lone hope, my lone hope is this girl was in the original. And in the mail route, she would ask you at one point if you had ever seen Mitsuru in a swimsuit. And you had two answers. You could either say yes or you could say no. In the female route, however, you could say no or I'll sell you pictures for 1,000 yen. And I really hope they take that second option and give that to us here. Because that's the greatest option we can have.
Oh, hello there.
Gave the kitties a little lick of your cream puff filling, and Tora thanked me by farting and running out. Oh no. I hope you did well on them. At least now the student council meetings can resume. Are you on your way home now? Would you like some company? I have Angel. Perfect.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can we go to the strip mall?
Sorry to drag you along while I go shopping.
Don't worry about it.
If you say so. But, thank you. I was so busy searching through the books. I'm sorry if I ignored you. I'm sorry it took so long.
Girl, you have said I'm sorry 7 times in the last, like, 6 seconds.
This place has so many interesting books. I was having a bit of trouble
Mood.
citing. Do you read much, senpai?
I read, the classics, I feel like, probably.
Really? I didn't think you'd be into that kind of thing.
What do you mean by that? You trying to say I'm stupid? Did I watch the TikTok? When did you send it? Because probably not. I have not hardly been awake this morning. I have not watched it. No, I'll have to. Remind me about it later, and we will. It pertains to Persona? Okay.
The classics aren't very entertaining, but I can respect what the authors were trying to accomplish.
What do you read?
I'm sorry. This, probably isn't the best place to talk.
Tell me what you read.
The shop owners probably wouldn't want us standing
No,
here.
I'm good friends with the shop owners, actually. We're fine. We can vibe out here all day.
Hey, senpai? Is it boring for you to hang around with, someone like me?
Yeah, it's a drag. Yeah, it sucks, dude. I want to go home. Oh, it's always the shot. You're right. Yeah, you're so right. God, like, I could be playing video. I could be getting groomed by a fucking, middle-aged woman on a MMO right now. And instead I'm hanging out with you. God. I'm having fun.
What a relief. I've been so worried about that this entire time. Oh, well, today I was able to, say what was on my mind to you. I want to stop being so afraid of everything, and I want to be able to talk to other people. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Takanozuka, he gives me a lot of class-related tasks.
Yeah, I know him. Definitely.
But I'm always so scared that all I can do is not.
Why are you so afraid?
Well, it's not much of a story, but my dad is a very scary person. I'm not living with him anymore. I can still remember the face he made when he got mad. So, whenever I see a man now, all I can think of is that face.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'm really happy that you care. Thank you.
Seems to appreciate my company. I feel like our relationship has grown. Besties! Is that rank 2? I don't think, yeah. We haven't gotten to hang out with her very much.
I should get going. I'll see you at school.
Okay, bye! Parted ways with Chihiro, then headed back to the dorm.
I see you're back.
Hey, if you're up for it, let's go to Tartarus later. I need to get back in the swing of things. Guys, I can't leave all the fun to you guys. Actually, yes, we should go to Tartarus today. Urgently seeking workers. Man, that sucks for you guys, doesn't it? Man, that's tough. You guys, man, we're so understaffed. Please come in tonight. Oh, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. Tanaka's here today. Still can't hang out with him, but I need to be what, smooth?
Good day.
Are
you accepting a request?
So I need to get the rarity fortune.
Very well.
Perfect. Allow me to provide you with a new fortune befitting the unusual light that you hold within. Gamble fortune? I can gamble? Tell me, what shall it be? Would you like to know? I'd like to know my fortune. Increases the chances of enemies turning into strong or rare enemies. Oh, okay. A rarity function. Fortune. I need to get this one. I see it. If you go to the Tower of Shadow tonight, you are destined to face an adversary clad in gold. Cool. Let us hope you find the fortune in your destiny. Actually, before we leave here, just because I can, what's here? Ganesha Bank. Play until I win a prize. We're here to win. I'm about to go broke. I'd rather have the Jack Frost doll, but that's just me. We did it! I got it! It took me 5 tries? That's not as bad as I thought. Alright, let's go put that in our room. Put it on the shelf, right? Nothing on the shelf yet. Well, can I put that on the shelf? Item. No, I can't. I can give it to somebody as a present, though. Gotcha. Hey, Akiko. Kurosawa-san heals in a variety of weapons for us, but my weapons, I've always got them on me. I dive right into the fray and dish out the pain. These might not be as flashy as some of your weapons, but they're my pride and joy. Just tell me if you ever want to fight with your fists, too. I'll whip up a solid training regimen for you. You got it, buddy. It's too bad about that girl, Fuka Yamagishi, huh? Yeah, it would have been nice if a girl the same year as me joined. Yeah, it's sure a shame that she's not going to join us. Something the matter? What's everyone's status? Junpei can't go tonight. Oh, well that is something I would have liked to know beforehand. Well,
Let's see.
we're,
Yes.
we're going without Junpei. We spent, you know, $3,000 to come tonight, so.
Good day. Are you accepting a request?
Do I have to actually? Yeah, I probably have to actually find
Very
one.
well.
Find a rare shadow. Okay, well, we'll take the 3-man team. We're not gonna go take on the bosses, I think. We could try.
Time to start exploring. Let's move.
We'll give it a go. There's a faint enemy presence on a floor much higher up from where we are. Fortune teller mentioned that I will face an adversary clad in gold. Maybe I'll run
Nicely
into a
done.
rare enemy. Oh hey, I found a rare enemy.
A rare shadow. Let's take it out here and now.
Bop, bop, bop.
What to do?
I have to do this.
Some fun! Persona!
I'll take care of this. Go,
All right, you're doing great, Akiko.
Pull the trigger.
I'll go with.
All right, we're doing great. All right, we're doing great.
Almost had it.
We can, I don't think I've killed one of those other
Let's
than
keep on
the
exploring.
scripted one because we always miss like 7 consecutive
Shadow
attacks going into it. It's very unfortunate.
There's 2. Here's your chance to attack.
Best bet. I'll go with. Jack.
We froze one of them. Yeehaw. Ooh.
The enemy's frozen. They'll make a prime target. What next?
Light, probably then.
Pull the trigger.
Mudo, please don't.
Too slow.
Cool, thank you. The new Mudo animation is cool though. Yeah, light.
Nice one, leader.
One less to worry about. Now, if you're on the roll.
Here we go.
You're still alive. There we go.
You won. Great work out there.
Went off without a hitch. Let's get going.
I mean, there were some hitches, but we did it. That's the most important thing here. There's something up there. Aqua Luminary. I think I should have a good
can
amount
we
of
go
stuff
up
to
those
sell too. Hopefully.
Best to stay on your toes here. There's a shadow.
Yeah, I see him.
There's a shadow.
I see him also. How did I miss you?
Oh no, the enemy has the advantage.
This is fine.
Everyone.
This is not fine.
Teammate down. Try to get them back up. You've
This
been knocked down.
is not great. Please don't.
I can read you like a book.
Hold on. I'm trying to secure an escape route.
One step at a time. Go!
Please get us out of here.
All right, fall back.
I'll remember this.
Oh, your car's back up. Oh, interesting. Okay. They don't just stay dead on the floor anymore. That's good. I'm glad about that at least. Although that was funny.
Hey, there's a
When someone would die in your party and you would just leave them on the ground and just be like, well, that's unfortunate.
found the stairs.
Ooh, rare chest.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up.
This
Two
shouldn't be a
enemies.
problem.
Careful, they're strong.
It's gonna win this. Let's go!
We're just gonna try shit. Ow. Ow. Not ice. Gotcha. Wind. We have a winner. It's wind.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Yeah, no, they made Tartarus so much more interesting than it was.
We're not gonna go easy.
Because Tartarus was just like the same 4 rooms with like a different skin a bunch of times over in the originals.
Akihiko took out one target.
Don't life drain me. And then we missed.
You won.
Nowhere
Now
close to
let's move
done.
on. All right then, moving on. Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of different from the others?
Please. Flame charm. Okay. Lifestone.
There's a chest. Wanna try opening it? Oh, this is where the stairs
That's a
were.
fun little gimmick too that I've learned.
Let's see.
If you open a chest while there's a shadow like nearby or chasing you, the shadow just despawns.
Keep your eyes peeled. Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
It's important to know when to call it quits. Especially in a longer fight.
Yeah, it's quite handy. If you're just trying to get the hell out of there on something, you can get to a chest.
There's a shadow.
A special
It's
chest.
a treasure chest.
Recently during archery practice, I see the target as a shadow sometimes.
Wow, you're so quirky and different, Yukari. I love that for you.
Ooh, maybe there's...
Balm of life. Twilight fragments. Oh, you're a strong shadow. With our 3-man team, I don't think that's probably a very good idea.
There's a shadow.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
We're heading up.
Excuse me. I didn't see the shadow there, but we did it anyways.
Careful. The
okay.
enemy's nearby. Oh, that reminds me.
If the enemy isn't letting up, consider using skills to buff your allies or what? By raising your defense and lowering an enemy's attack, you may be able to weather the storm. An effective strategy, yeah. Don't sense any enemies above here. We may be approaching a border floor. Reaching it would be a great accomplishment. I'll be counting on you. Do we think we can take on this boss with 3 people? No Junpei? Surely we've got this, right? Surely.
All right.
Let's do this.
Be fun. Come on, let's move.
This work. Let's go.
Identified weaknesses?
Be on your
In
guard.
this situation,
What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
I'll go with.
Okay, attack and defense are down.
One step at a time.
Now, if we can find a weakness on this thing, we'll be gaming. We shocked it. That helps. Or we can crit it. That works too. Thank you, Yukari.
We're not gonna go easy. Silky man body.
Dun, 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 dun. Not weak to ice.
Paralyzed enemy. This is the perfect moment to strike.
Yongo. Okay. Ow.
You've been knocked down.
Uh-oh.
You've been knocked down. Get up quickly.
Uh-oh.
Teammate down. Try to get them back up.
What to do?
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
I'll take care of this.
Okay, you're up next. That's not good.
This should help.
Hey, oh, you won.
Who followed these nuts? Ow.
Akihiko's down. Someone do something.
Okay.
Akihiko's been taken out.
Now's the time.
This is bad.
in this situation,
Thanks.
This was a poor decision.
Never mind. I'll go with.
I'm gonna switch to Angel for the sake of hoping that it doesn't have
Here we go.
skills to hit me.
Time to redeem myself. One step at a time. Go, Polyjuicer!
And we're gonna try to drop the attack again.
Did some
Rula.
serious damage.
Akihiko's in trouble.
Pull the trigger. Some fun. Persona.
Appreciate it.
He's alive here, Yukari.
Never mind. This work.
You're not doing great damage here.
Seriously?
Ooh.
Takeba's down. She needs backup.
It's my turn now. I have to do this. Persona.
I'll
Get on my knees here.
knock Akihiko again.
Someone do something.
Some serious
Ow.
damage.
Your health is low. Do you have any healing? I won't lose.
We're doing our best here.
Thanks. What to do?
Okay.
This opponent looks tough. Be on your guard.
Light? No.
We're just getting started. I'll take care of this. Persona!
Attack reverted. Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine.
I have to do this.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Light attacks are useless here.
You're probably immune to dark as well. That's how a lot of the bosses were in base 3, but it was because they were immune to auto kills. I don't have fire. I thought I had one, but I guess I did not bring it. Unfortunate. Oh, hey.
In this situation. Focus. Akihiko's defense is reduced.
Enemy.
Your defense is reduced.
We're gonna pray for the best here. This is not a good decision to try to take this on without Junpei. Ooh.
Takeda's down. He needs backup.
Kikari's down.
Teammate down. Try to get them back up.
Never mind what to do. Angel!
Your defense is down. Watch for incoming attacks.
Don't mind if I do.
Thanks.
We need to get more revival items here soon.
I can read you like a book.
Let's go, Akihiko.
Successful dodge from Akihiko. Impressive as always. Do this. I won't
Saw that coming.
Successful dodge from
Sick.
Akihiko.
Let's go, Akihiko.
Impressive as always. Fierce. And again. Your defense is down. Watch for incoming attacks.
We're chipping away a little bit of health, but... Oh.
Takeda's down. She needs backup. You better watch it. Pull the trigger. Have fun. Persona.
That'll help. Thanks.
I feel like we're spending so much time just trying to stay alive at this point. This is the concerning thing.
This work. Go!
We're spending so many resources to keep this thing debuffed and stay alive that we're not actually hitting it.
Not bad.
Akihiko's down. Someone do something.
Oh my god.
Takeda's down. She needs backup. Your health is low. Turn now. Do you have any healing? In this situation.
Aki's dizzy.
Thanks.
Ow.
Get up, Akihiko. Pull the trigger. I won't lose.
Appreciate it. Never mind. I'm not up yet.
Akihiko. Just keep that going. Takeba's down. She needs backup.
And I'm
You
frozen.
better watch it. You've been frozen. What next? Hold on and wait for backup.
Oh my god. This is going horribly. We're gonna run our resources before long. Okay.
Pull the trigger.
They went where we needed them to. Okay. That's fine. I think if we stay guarded here enough and chip away a little bit of health here, we should be okay. Because its biggest damage is hitting our weaknesses and capitalizing off of them. Getting multiple hits off at a time. So if we can keep ourselves guarded well, we should be okay. And it can't hit my weakness.
Pretty good hit.
Oh my god.
This is bad. Watch your health.
Okay, we can't afford to do that anymore. Why did that hit so hard?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
That just raw almost killed me.
Angel. I'll take care of this. How we do this?
Appreciate it.
Okay, Yukari's down.
She needs backup.
We dodge.
Well done.
Pull the trigger.
That'll help, thanks. The best bet would be... Go, Polyjuice!
You gotta keep your attack down.
Down on my knees here.
Akihiko's down. Someone do something.
I have to do this.
Appreciate it.
We're gonna need to be real low on SP too.
You'll regret that.
That's it, Akihiko. Just keep that going.
That's fine. That's when we can take.
Nice work. I've got this.
Okay. Stay guarded. We're cutting away at the health little by little here.
Pretty good hit.
I didn't mean to guard there. Oh, well. It works out. They went after me. Chipping away at it little by little here. Having a fourth party member sure would be handy, huh? I think I have to go for the healing here.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
The best bet would be... Persona!
Your attack lowered.
Not bad.
Not
Come on,
good. You've been knocked
Akihiko.
down.
I have to do this.
We are out of SP on Yukari.
I'm not out yet.
That's it, Akihiko. Just keep that going.
Guard. Brula into Yukari, that's fine. Guard over there. Yukari some SP back. We're slowly but surely chipping away at it. What I really need right now is a crit. Maybe we... hold on.
I'll take care of this. I'll do this.
Slime should allow me to take the hit too, because it's got really high endurance, even though it's got weaknesses.
What to do? Never mind.
Give me the crit. There we go. That's what we needed.
The enemy's dead.
Let's do it.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Yeah, that was rough. Oh my god, we all leveled up a couple of times there.
With this, I can fight even better.
Magaru,
Oh,
finally.
new skill, huh?
Shock boost, handy.
Yes!
Nice work out there. You're seriously leader material. Wanna give it a try?
Huh?
Oh, me? Yeah, no thanks. I'd be in way over my head. Unlike you, I just drop the ball when push comes to shove. I lose my cool way too easily. Iconics, thank you for the bits. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, should we get going? After you, leader. Yeah, okay, that should take us to the
That chest looks.
bead chain. And that should take us to the blockade floor, so we should be good. Tuxedo! Press X to open the menu and select equip to change costumes. They're purely cosmetic, but they can offer a change of pace while exploring. For Junpei. Okay.
Is this?
Another dead end. This is as far as we can go for now. Nice work. That's another checkpoint under our belt. Come back whenever you're ready. We did it! Old document 02. Kirijo's Ergo Research Lab is setting up a facility on this island. It doesn't make any sense. Even a rank-and-file researcher like me can tell. What is about to take place on this island?
All right.
Good day.
About
Here
requests.
are my requests.
Wonderful. I got this. 20,000 yen.
Wonderful.
Damn. Their
Very
dreams
well.
did come true. Who in the world is that fortune teller? I hope to meet them someday. I think this is your reward. Speed incense times 3. Ooh. And we are 120 out of 200 and 63 out of 100 on both of those. Perfect.
Very well then.
All right, let's go home. We got our ass beat.
Yes.
Yeah, we're done for the day. We got fucked up a little bit in there. So let's hear people talk.
Hey, listen!
So it turns out that cactus I bought at the 100 yen store was a fake this whole time. No wonder it didn't wither. And here I thought I was taking such great care of it.
No way.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. You put so much effort into watering it too. If you want a real plant, get one from a home center. Or, you know, an actual flower shop. Yeah, I think I'll buy one from the flower shop on Port Island. I hear they've been selling seedlings for home gardening lately. Might find new seedlings there. Check out stock. Cool. So I can finally go to Port Island too. Yuko, Bunkichi, Hidetoshi. Them suck, don't they? You have to study so much and your score gets posted. If you do bad, everyone will laugh at you. Let's go with Yuko.
Yeah.
Cool. Where should we go then? Should we get something to eat? Or maybe do some karaoke? Let's decide on the way out.
There was this one time I left some tissues in the pocket of my running pants, and then I washed it without realizing.
Oh, no.
Boy, did that make a mess. Oh, can you hang on a sec while I put my shoes on? Not again. It's the same stupid prank every time. Talk about unoriginal.
There's a piece of gum in Yuko's locker.
At least my shoes are safe. Going that far would have been crossing the line.
Does this happen often?
After the first few times, I stopped counting.
Girl.
I was pissed off at first, but eventually I just got used to it. Getting worked up about this would just tire me out. It's not worth it. But if I catch her in the act, I am fully prepared to grab her and teach her a lesson.
Yeah, fuck her up. Beat her ass.
That was a joke, okay? I'm a nice girl, really.
I didn't mean that I was gonna kill her. It was just a haha. Funny.
Come on, let's go. So I figured this might be a good time to update our team uniform.
Oh, okay.
What do you think of switching to running tights? They say it reduces wind resistance.
I think I would look great in tights.
Hey, look over there. It's Nishiwaki-san. Is that your new boyfriend?
What do you mean, new boyfriend?
On to the next one already, I see. Impressive, Nishiwaki-san.
We're not dating. He's just a friend from the team.
Come on. No need to act all polite in front of him. Just tell it how it is. I'm surprised you could even get such a handsome guy. Maybe I should become a team manager too.
She called me handsome.
You've got it all wrong, as usual.
Don't do it. You'll just be running around after everyone all day. And it's not very attractive for a girl to be so muscular, you know?
This is, again, certified 2009 moment. Because if you post a muscular woman on the internet in this day and age, the stonks go up. They have no idea.
Not so loud. Her boyfriend's like right here.
Really? Where?
I feel bad
I'd love
for
to meet
her.
him.
If that's really what you want to do, I won't stop you. But you're better off looking for a boyfriend elsewhere. A manager is a busy job. You won't have time to go around sticking gum on people's shoe lockers.
What on earth are you talking about? I haven't got a clue what that means.
Yeah, I've never heard of someone doing that. That's crazy.
Of course not. It was just a random example. What's wrong? Did I say something to offend you?
Not at all. Hey, let's just go already.
Okay, see you later.
Sorry you got dragged into that.
No, it's fun to watch. Don't worry about it.
No, you shouldn't have to deal with that. Sorry. I should probably fill you in before you get the wrong idea about me. Let's go sit down.
Okay.
That girl in the black tights, we went to the same middle school.
Right, okay.
Back then, there was this boy on the basketball team who asked me out, and we started dating. But turns out, he was seeing her at the same time.
Wow.
When she found out, she said I stole her boyfriend. even though I was a victim too. She blamed me because I was the manager of the basketball team. Isn't that just ridiculous?
Ridiculous. I agree.
And after I became the track team manager here in high school, that set her off on me again. But really, all I want to do is support others so they can be the best they can be. Remember the gum on my locker? That was probably her doing. She's definitely the type to hold a grudge.
I think you should stick gum on her
Those girls
locker.
have way too much time on their hands. All they do is complain and gossip.
Just take the gum off of your locker and stick it to her locker.
Why don't they do something more productive? They're the ones who should get a lecture from Makoto. You're not putting enough thought into your future. Tell that to them, not me. Oh, that reminds me. Sorry for what they said about you.
What did they say about
Called you
me?
my boyfriend. Must have made you feel awkward, huh?
I've been called worse. No. It might be a problem. You know, the several other women that I'm seeing right now might get the wrong idea. You know, it's just you know how it is. I don't mind.
Yeah, thanks. But you should mind a little, right? I'm a high school girl after all, you know.
Right?
Oh, right.
Sure. I guess so. Well, I don't understand the correlation there, but yeah.
Make sure you don't tell Kaz or anyone else about the two-timing thing, okay? You're the only one I've told.
Okay.
Oh, also, I broke up with that two-timing jerk a long time ago.
Cooties, true.
Just so you
Yeah,
know.
I should actually keep my distance. You're right. I can't spend time with girls. That would be icky.
You might be thinking, so what, right? Yeah, what am I saying?
Yuko seems flustered for some reason. I feel like our relationship has grown.
Wow, that dragged on. It's late. We should be getting home. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Bye. Decided to go back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
Hi, Junpei. So, where were you yesterday, Junpei?
Do you have some time?
I'm a little disappointed about Yamagishi-kun as well. It's quite difficult to find someone who has the potential. Wouldn't you feel more confident in your abilities with more team members? That's true.
That'd be correct.
Thankfully, Sonata-kun has rejoined the team.
Nice one.
In my eyes, Tartarus is the best place we can find for training the mind and body. Although I do understand Mitsuru's concerns about the place. Is there even a top floor to that thing? If so, what's at the top? Ugh, just thinking about it gives me the shivers.
Hey.
Dude, my persona just keeps getting stronger and stronger. I feel like I can take on any enemy now. Okay, well, maybe not any enemy, but I do feel like I've gotten a lot better than before. Now, if only my grades would go up too. Huh, I guess you do have some self-awareness. Hey, don't make this serious. It was just one of those self-deprecating jokes. Now I'm depressed for real. Poor Junpei. Can I put stuff in the fridge? Stuff full of food and ingredients. Doesn't look like the lukewarm taiyaki will fit. There's notice in the fridge. Fridge clearance date 5/31. The fridge might have space on this date. Oh, hey, that's in a couple of days. Hey, that's convenient. Games. Hey, yo! What's up, boy? Up reloading they personas. Me. We're doing good. We're just chilling, reloading some personas. The classic. Language made easy. Yeah, we'll do that one. Adults need courage to play this. Okay. Yeah. Hyphen ghoul. PC software that requires courage to defeat zombies through typing. Okay. We'll get on that. Go walk. The mystery burger, baby. I decided to try the new burger. A staffer looked apologetically at me before turning away. If I went to like McDonald's and the staffer came out and brought me my burger and was like, "I'm so sorry," and walked away, I would be like, "I'm sorry, what? What do you mean by that? What's wrong with this burger?" With some uneasiness, I managed to finish the whole thing. Wow. Ripped to the toilet at approximately 2:37 a.m. the night of 5/27/2009. What do I think? Of what?
Yeah.
About that girl, Fuka Yamagishi. I haven't lost hope that she'll join our team. Dude, I've actually seen her around. And yeah, she does look kind of frail, but that just makes me want to be strong enough for the two of us. Have we been able to see Fuka at any point? I haven't spotted her like around school or anything. Let's see, today I'll be covering the Kofan period in our history. I don't know though, do any of you think this stuff's relevant? I mean, I could slap together some clay statues that look a lot better than theirs did. I can't wait until we get to the Sengoku era. It's so much more exciting. Speaking of the Sengoku era, there was this one general they called the War Hawk of the battlefield. Oh, this turned into another Sengoku lecture. Also, Brie, we were talking about it last night, and we need our opinion from our resident teacher. But one of our teachers came in and was like, I just taught this lesson last period. This shit sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. And they just taught us a completely different lesson. And I just wanted to get your opinion on that as a teacher. Because I thought that was very funny and probably very real. Persona Art's been appearing all over your Twitter timeline and you're in love. Hell yeah. No, see, I've been having, yesterday, this game technically came out. It's February 2nd. February 2nd is a very, very significant day in Persona 5 Royal, specifically. It's a very, very significant day. It's the final day before the final boss of Persona 5 Royal, which means today is the day of the final boss in Persona 5 Royal. And there is every single year so much art on February 2nd, and it just like, it makes me so happy. Thinking I planned a fun activity with group work only for my first class to ask so foul and repugnant. Everybody else does the book work component. Yeah. We gotta stay awake. We gotta stay awake in class to get smart. And that's how the period came to be known as the Sengoku era. You want to hear more about the Kofun period? Well, if you insist. Go look up the Kitora tomb in Nara. It's really famous. We're still just average, though. We're still not very smart. Did you have their child throw up 3 minutes into our class game? Yeah. That tracks. Okay, so we've got our couple idiots in there. We've got Chihiro in here. I do wonder. Track practice. Sup. Hello. Can we... Do we have the capability? Are we smart enough to speak to the French? Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. No. We are smart enough to talk to the French, but we cannot join today. But tomorrow we can talk to the French.
Whoa.
Shop. Crab bread, fried bread, melon bread, apple strudel, yakisoba pan, book cover.
Come again.
Oh, hi, Hitoshi. There's no meeting today. My day just doesn't feel right without one. Don't you agree? Yeah, you know, surely. Yeah, definitely. Is there a vending machine at the school here? I don't think there is, right? No. Cool. We can go here now, right? Hey. Wait, does that mean we can also go here? Is Big Cat here? Oh, he's not big anymore. He's not huge. Oh, that makes me sad. Look at him. In Persona 3 Portable, that cat is like half the size of you. He's like fucking giant for no reason, and it's very funny. Excuse me, ma'am. I just want the Twilight fragment from the bench next to you. Cafe. It's an outdoor terrace cafe in front of the station. The rich aroma of coffee wafts from inside. I can't go in there. Darn. Do you feel like I could become a first stringer? Sure, if you work hard, I think you can make it. Is there anybody sitting on any benches around here? Maybe doing some art? No. No. We don't get to be blessed early. Welcome to Rafelsia.
Take your time looking around.
What kind of flowers are you looking for? Buff potato sprout. I want a buff potato, yeah. Let me buy a buff potato.
Please.
Recently, this girl has started coming around here. She wears this white. Yes! That's what I want to see! White dress with this puffy lace. I don't know what kind of fashion that is, but it's not my style. You leave her alone. She is so slay. She's fucking iconic. Don't you dare talk shit about her. Someday we'll get to see her. Someday. Hi, Chihiro. I'd like to ask you a favor if you have time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is kind of embarrassing, but will you help me with my homework? It's math, to be specific. Let's talk about it more at the library.
A treasurer who's not even good at math. Doesn't that sound pathetic?
How did you get appointed to this position? You know, I don't mean to be like rude to you or anything, but you are a freshman, so it's your first year in school and your first year in the student council, and you're not very good at math, and you are not like socially able to really like talk to people. I'm just like, how did you become the treasurer? How did we get here? Is the problem that there's 3 people in the student council that we know of, and so, you know, somebody had to do it.
I never even wanted this job. Someone else entered me into the running. I didn't think I would actually get elected, though. Oh, but I don't regret joining the student council or anything. If I hadn't joined, then I wouldn't have met such kind people, like you or the president.
Shut up.
You're distracting us.
Permission to smack a bitch. This fucking. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're gonna flirt with each other, go do it outside.
I'm so tired of this. I can't even pick up my pencil anymore.
I haven't seen you guys pick up your pencil once since we've been in here.
But if you give me a kiss, maybe I can study for another day.
Anyways, what was that about? Go flirt somewhere else? I just, I'm asking for a friend. Can you one more time repeat about if you're gonna flirt, go do it somewhere else?
What are you going on about now? Come on, you gotta take this seriously. Don't you want us to go to the same college?
Just give me a kiss, please.
I don't know who this voice actor is, but they really nailed the make me uncomfortable. Because this guy makes me uncomfortable.
All right, fine.
They're really gonna kiss?
The fact that they got up and left the room, I think they're gonna do more than kiss. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Do they not know where they are?
God, they have no shit. Can you believe these people? Honestly.
That's right. I agree.
They fucking. They went to the bathrooms.
This is supposed to be a place of learning, and they're still just kids. So
Girl, you're
I
like
say this
15,
as a
I'm pretty
member
sure.
of the student council. That kind of inappropriate behavior should not be tolerated at school. We should notify the student council president right away and discuss this at our next meeting.
Girl, you are barking up the wrong tree here. You don't like kissing? I'm gonna agree with you because I want to be your friend, but also I disagree with you in reality.
If you're on my side, then I have nothing to fear. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be raising my voice in a library.
Yeah, I'm gonna report you to the student council for yelling in the library. How do you feel now, huh?
I don't mind if I get in trouble, but I don't want you to get criticized too.
I can tell Chihiro is concerned about me. I feel like a relationship has grown. Yippee! Rank 3!
Oh, I didn't notice the time. I think I'm going to be stuck here for a while, so you don't need to wait for me.
Oh, okay. My eyes really said, okay, cool, I'm leaving then. He's like, man, I'm gonna be stuck here studying for so long. You don't have to stay and hang out with me. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, bye. Oh, all right, sick. I mean, if you don't need me to stay, then shit.
Oh, it's you. Look.
Strange. The number of apathy syndrome victims seems to be on the rise again. Evidently, the prior decline was only temporary. If that's the case, then what's the point of fighting?
No.
If we do nothing, then everyone eventually will join the Lost. Our efforts have prevented the crisis from escalating to that point. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'd hate to see what the city would be like if we couldn't use our personas.
Yeah.
Thinking about how many more victims there'd be if we couldn't fight shadows is pretty depressing. I'm glad you moved here, Koda-kun. It's a lot less overwhelming when you're here. There's no telling when all this will end, but together I know we can do it eventually. I feel like I don't know if it's just me or what, because the last time I played was the female route. So it's been a long time since I played the male route. I don't know if it's just me though. It feels like they made Yukari like less hostile, if that makes sense. I feel like initially in the male route in like the original, Yukari was like very hostile towards you. And I feel like she's not as much so now.
Hello.
Whenever I look up at Tartarus, I'm always amazed at how many floors it seems to have. The tower reaches to the skies. It's gonna be a long and arduous journey. Like, I don't hate it because a lot of people very much like just kind of got the idea that like Yukari was just like a bitch at all times, and I don't really feel like she was, but she's just very like guarded against like this new guy at first. But still, we're saving the city, right, Sonata-san? Yeah. Well, yeah. Why save the obvious? Well, because it doesn't really feel like it. It'd be nice if we could just get some kind of thank you from the ladies, at least. Oh my god. Your efforts probably won't be appreciated by the people in town. But if we don't fight, then the city will eventually be overrun with the lost. That's why we need to enjoy the peace and quiet whenever we find it. That's the result of our hard work. Make sure you don't forget that. I bought a bunch of computer programs, so we can do that. Let's go with some Type-N Ghoul. It looks like a game where you take down zombies by typing. Zombies are explaining the rules very kindly to me. I don't feel like they're the enemy. I decimated the zombies that patiently provided me with a helpful tutorial. I feel like I've obtained unwavering mental strength from this. Great, thank you. It's gotten late. I should get back to my room. Can you hear people talking?
Have you heard?
I heard from a younger guy in my club yesterday that a second year is getting bullied.
Huh?
That's crazy. Which second year? I don't know. All I heard that it's pretty serious. I thought our school was peaceful, but I guess stuff like that still happens here. Seems like someone in the same grade as me is getting bullied. We have to look into this. We have to investigate. It's not Friday anymore, but it could be.
All right.
Oh god. Quiet down, class. Time to begin today's lecture. Progredio adio lucem stiderum. I don't speak Latin. I'm sorry. What's up, Sudoku? How are you? I'm changing today's lecture to another integrated learning one since Mr. Akoda left early today. He claimed he wasn't feeling well. Looks fine enough to me, though. Quick word of caution. Make sure you know what you're eating before you take a bite. I covered the basics of learning magic last time, but today I'll go a bit deeper into meditation. First, let's review the ways that magicians will meditate. To heighten the creative impulse, the source of all your magical power, observe a real-world object carefully, then recreate it in your mind, down to the last tiny detail. That's the Western standard for meditation, but I'd like to talk about the Eastern style as well. Meditation was originally refined in the East, and modern magicians adapted Eastern meditation for their own original style. You find the right posture, take a deep breath in and out, and calm your mind. That's the basic practice of Eastern style. It doesn't take much practice meditation either. All you need is some free time and a relatively calm environment. Doesn't take long. You should give yourself at least 15 minutes for a proper session. Now, the specifics. First, your posture. Just take a position that you find comfortable. Sitting cross-legged is good enough for most, but you can try the full lotus position, too. It's sometimes called the kekafuza. You can even meditate while sitting in a chair. Any position works as long as it's comfortable. Once your breathing is relaxed, close or cover your eyes and let the rest of your body relax too. Now that you've prepared yourself physically, you'll focus next on your mind and soul. Imagine a symbol, some simple image, perhaps a large tree or the moon. It can even be the god of your own faith if you like. However, do not force yourself to fully empty your mind. That's actually a common misconception. Most people aren't capable of it, but succeeding is especially dangerous. You run the risk of losing all control of yourself. I'm feeling sleepy. Yeah, no, me too, man. Me too on that one.
That is to say.
So, what have we learned? Meditation can be aided through iconography rather than forcing an empty mind. Even Christian prayer can reach a level of meditation if practiced fervently enough. Although in that case, the imagined symbol is present for a reason other than meditational aid. It can be dangerous to plumb the depths of your consciousness, but by keeping a clear symbol in mind, you can avoid teetering over the edge and plunging into darkness. Go ahead and try meditating tonight if you like. That's alright, that's it for tonight.
What a workout. I gotta teach those first years how to clean up properly.
Oh. Is it Friday?
Saban,
Oh no, we don't get to see her
I
yet.
pretended to take a picture with my cell phone.
Hi, Natsuki.
And she totally freaked out and started crying. It was like we caught her red-handed or something. You should have seen the look on her face. It was priceless. Wow,
She got such a glow up in this game. Actually, though, her sprite in base Persona 3 was so fucking ugly. I feel for her.
I've never laughed so hard in all my life.
They're making fun of someone? Bullies.
Shoot him with an arrow.
Huh? Did you hear a voice? It's calling me.
Huh?
You
What
good
voice?
there, bestie?
I don't hear anything. Maki? What's going on? Are you listening to me? Maki? Hello?
Got concealer on your lips and you are making fun of someone? Girl, get a grip.
Huh? Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, sorry. What were we talking about?
We were talking about the fact that you just like said you were hearing a voice and then like slipped into a fucking like, you know, a heavy zone out for about, 2 minutes. Anyway, okay, cool. See you later.
They're finally gone. Ugh, I can't stand girls like that.
Okay. It's finally time, guys. Who's ready? It is Friday after school. Let me check my mail. Yeah, You approximately 20 seconds after telling Leaf you're not sleepy. We heard yesterday that you left Leaf waiting for quite some time. Is this information accurate? Leaf came to us and said how you said you'll be right back in just a minute, and then we're gone for 2 hours. It's the home economics room. There's a sign posted by the Fashion Club. I can check out the club, but it might take a while. Should I spend my time here? Yeah, about that.
Yata! Yes! This is my finest sewing work yet.
Oh boy. Hi, baby. The foreign exchange student I met at the bookstore is busy selling. I should say hi.
Oh, bonjour! I haven't seen you since the bookstore. You came. What a pleasant surprise. I am so happy to see you.
He's so French. What are you doing?
I am training in the art of sewing. I am in this fashion club in order to own my sewing craft.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to join me? It is Tanoshi. Very fun.
Very
if
fun.
I may be so bold, would you sign up for my club?
All we had to do to summon Leaf was find the French person. I see how it is. I see how it is. As soon as we started speaking to the French person, Leaf shows up. Interesting how that works. Sure, I'll join.
Hondo? Really? Katajikanai. Many thanks. I am thrilled to have a new member. I am here on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But it may be closed when we have exams. I have not made any good Tomodachi friends, so it is very sabishi, very lonely. Maybe it is because
My God, you can just talk to me. You don't have to try to sneak in Japanese words every sentence. I promise you it'll be okay.
But now you are here. The divine fates have brought us together.
Got to know baby, me, a foreign exchange student. Wow. Because Leaf passed the fuck out? Yeah, I didn't doubt it. I assumed after Leaf's stream that she would be fucking dead at some point.
Established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create.
Oh God, the French is coming out in my chat. Oh no. We talked to BB once, and the fucking French starts coming out in chat.
Oh, look at the time. Well then, au revoir.
Au revoir.
Oh, that's right. I was wondering, what is the best way to say bye to a friend? As in, what is the most culturally accepted?
See you later until we meet. Simple see you later. Cool and chummy, peace out. A stately until we meet again. A theatrical, intense, I'll be back. Yeah, no, I think theatrical, intense, like, you know, me, I'm gonna, you know, if I'm just hanging out with a friend and I'm like, you know, we're saying goodnight or whatever, I always give them the, you know, I'll be back. You know, just like very intense. I was gonna do a Schwarzenegger, and then I realized that I didn't want to do that, and so we just kind of ended up with whatever the fuck that was.
I understand perfectly. I'll be back.
He did it for me. Oh my God. All right, bye, BB. Baby.
Welcome back.
Give you notifications in French for some reason, as they do. Akihiko, sorry to send an invite. I'm thinking about getting something to eat right now. Do you want to join me? I'm in front of Iwa Todai Station. Say less, Akihiko. I'm on my way.
Hey, so...
God, I hate bullying. Even just seeing it happen to someone else, it just feels just as bad. I feel the same.
Yeah.
Right, I overheard these girls today talking about how they were picking on someone. I couldn't tell who they were talking about or anything, though. I wish I could do something. Nothing else is in French, just the notifications? Good. As it should be. They're just reminding you. The French are coming. Akihiko, where are you? Akihiko? Akihiko. 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 They said you would be here. You told me. Did you lie to me? Or is it the station? Oh, he's at the station. Okay. Do you know the takoyaki stand over there? Had some fine dining. Sometimes this kid from Kansai eats at that place. And even he says it's good stuff. Takoyaki comes from Kansai, so if a native says it tastes good, you better believe him. Whenever a passenger asks me where to get a bite to eat, I always send him over there. Have a good night, Sudoku. Hope you get some good rest. Asking around is the basic method of gathering information, but it's not going so well this time. Well, how about it? Got any info on the mysterious incident? If you have any information, I can reward you for it. I don't know anything. Who are you again, miss? Who are you again, old lady? I can be respectful or I can be mean as fuck. Who are you again, old lady? Old lady? That's strange. I don't see any old ladies around here. Just one beautiful reporter bravely investigating the mysterious incidents here in town. Yeah, for sure. Hi, Akiko. Yo. You see my text message? Want to go grab a bite? Well, he's invited me to join him. This might be a good opportunity to get to know him better.
Yes.
Great, let's go.
I've gotten a lot of my edge back since I've been able to focus on my training. I've been meaning to thank you for that. You've really stepped up as our leader, so tonight's on me. You've got enough responsibility as it is.
Good, I'm starving.
So you've got talent and an appetite. I think you'd make a pretty good athlete.
I mean, clearly I do. I'm pretty good on the track team.
Just don't push yourself too hard. Things will get easier with experience. And if you need anything, let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Excuse me. I knew it! You're Sanada-san from Gekukan High.
How popular is our boxing team? Like, this is a real question. Why, like, I get, like, you know, people that go to our school are like, oh, you know, the captain of the boxing team, he's hot. But, like, people that don't go to our school that are like, oh my god, the captain of the fucking Gekukan High School boxing team, he's hot. Like, that's like, how popular are we?
I heard you lived in Iwatodai, but wow, I never thought I'd run into you here. We're big fans of yours. Please, can we get a picture with you?
I'm busy, and I don't like having my picture taken.
I kept hearing rumors that you were injured. Are you okay now? Do you need any help? Is there anything I can bring you?
Oh, poor Aki. Oh, we're drawing a crowd.
That is.
Not sure. Celebrity, maybe? Want to go see?
Oh, boy.
Let's go.
Bro just takes off running.
I've had this problem at school, but I didn't think it'd happen out here too. It's probably because of those interviews, or the rumors online. I've gotten all kinds of attention as I've kept up my winning streak.
Sounds rough. Also, like,
you could say that again.
Akihiko,
I'm not some panda in a zoo for everyone to gawk at.
Is a boxer. He's a captain of the boxing team. He's got a winning record. All this stuff. Like, bro is in the fucking paperweight division. Like, my dude is a twig. I want to know who he's going up against. What, like 13-year-olds are in his weight class?
All I want is to be as strong as I can. I want to train hard and feel real pride in my strength. But all I ever seem to get is more trouble. All right, looks like they've given up.
We ran like 12 feet.
Let's head out to eat. For real this time. We only have so many hours left in the day.
Hey, don't be like that. I know a place that'd be perfect for us, girl.
Oh.
Please, just leave us alone. We're not interested.
One drink, that's all we're asking. Come on, it'll be fun.
We said no, okay?
It's those girls from earlier.
Hey.
Oh.
Leave them alone. You don't want the police to get involved, do you?
Huh? Who the hell are you? What? You want to call the cops? Quit trying to act like a big man, you little punk. Yeah, time for you to piss off.
Nice whiff.
You piece of...
Hold up. You've got some slick moves. I bet you know how to fight, all right?
I would say he does, yeah.
So what if I do?
How about you and I go a few rounds? If you ain't too busy, there's a spot around back. Whenever I see guys who think they're hot shit, all I want to do is put them in their place. I bet a lot of people call you a tough guy. So how about we put it to the test?
What? Is he scared now?
See? I told you. Nothing but trouble.
Nothing but trouble. You're right.
Stay here. I'll be done in a minute.
Hey, yeah, just hang out here. I'm gonna go kick all 4 of these dudes' ass real quick. You know, just light work, honestly.
What? You think you're gonna beat me just like that?
Don't worry. I won't go all out against an amateur. It's gotta be a fair fight.
Bro said, don't worry. I won't try very hard.
Hey, over there! Break it up!
Let's beat it.
I told you, officer. They were the ones antagonizing us.
And I told you we'll hear all about it down at the station.
You're high school students, aren't you? We'll need your contact information to notify your parents about this.
If I could butt in.
Oh, hey.
And Kurosawa-san.
I'll handle these two. I've already cleared it with the brass. I don't know what's going on here, but you better not be starting any trouble.
That was a close call.
You didn't think we were in actual trouble, did you? Even if things got tense, I'd never put you in danger.
Then why'd we get a report from 2 ladies saying you were attacked by a group of punks? If you want to show off to your buddy, there's a time and place for it. Listen, I'm an officer of the law. I don't care who you are. Anyone who disturbs the peace is gonna have to deal with me. As you can see, your friend here is a bit of a hothead.
Yeah, we know. We're well aware of that.
I know it won't be easy, but try and keep an eye on him, would you?
Leave it to me.
Those are some bold words. But think. My arm's healed, and we've got way more dependable people now. There's no better time to test my strength. Especially now that we have someone like you. We really lucked out on that one. So I'm gonna keep honing my skills. That way, I can put down anyone I face with my own 2 hands.
You really haven't changed at all.
Of course he hasn't.
In any case, don't get in over your heads. I have a hunch the guys you ran into were from a gang that's been active around here recently. Just be careful. You don't want to get on their bad side, because once you're on it, you'll never get off. All right, it's late. You better head on home.
I feel like we could do it. We could handle them.
So much for eating out. It's been non-stop interruptions all night. Kurosawa-san's right, though. We should probably head home. Sorry about this. I'll treat you some other time.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. We're chilling.
I'm gonna do some jogging on the way back. You wanna join?
Sure. I'm on the track team.
It's dark.
So you know,
watch
I
out
can
for
do
cars.
this.
I'm gonna run ahead. You just follow at your own pace.
I could probably crush you, actually. I ran back to the dorms. I feel like my stamina's improved after running that long of a distance. Max HP increased by 5. Neat. Full moon is coming up quickly. Rapidly approaching.
Hey!
Hey, have you heard about that second year?
Yep.
Oh yeah, the one they found lying in front of the school gate this morning, right? Hopefully just ran away from home. But I feel like this is the start of something big.
You know what?
Yeah, there might be some reporters and camera crews and stuff. I'd rather not deal with that.
Hey, did you hear about that girl in 2E?
Yeah, I heard they have no idea what happened.
Oh my god, isn't it so bizarre?
Isn't it so bizarre?
Man, everyone's talking about it. People sure got a lot of time on their hands.
It's high school. What do you expect?
So, you hear about it too?
I haven't. What
The
happened?
girl from 2E went missing while she was out late last night. And this morning, they found her lying in front of the school gate. Nobody knows what happened. And supposedly, she's still unconscious.
Well, that's not good.
Morning.
Hey,
Yo, Yucatan. Man, this is a tough case. Even for
She's gonna say the thing.
Junpei Yeo,
She's gonna say the thing.
Ace detective.
Ace detective?
Yukari, hit him with it.
You're so dumb. More like Stupe, Ace defective.
Let's go! I love her. Oh, did that crash my game? Oh no, there it goes. It just froze for a second. not the Stupe line almost crashing the game.
Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't seen you all morning. Where you been?
I was talking to the teacher. And that girl they found? I saw her yesterday on my way back from practice. She seemed just fine then.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens.
Oh!
Look at those rumors. They are a little creepy. Rumors suck, man. The one about the girl who collapsed is already all over the school. I hope no one spreads any rumors about me. Yuko, Chihiro, Bunkichi. We go in Yuko or Chihiro? I think I want to go Chihiro. We have Angel with us, so that one should be easy to rank up. Before that, do you mind if we stop by the library first? I really do enjoy talking with you. I can feel my bond with Chihiro grow stronger as we spend time together. I feel like our relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect. Bidia.
Oh, welcome back.
Did you hear the rumor going around school? I mean, come on, a ghost story? You'd think they'd be old enough to know that ghosts aren't real. Anyway, I'm feeling kind of uneasy all of a sudden, so I think I will go to bed early. Oh, so I won't be going to Tartarus today then. Sorry.
Oh, right.
Apparently Tartarus is off limits today. Mitsuru's in training and Takaba has a bad feeling right now. Sheesh. Should she be any more mysterious about it? Akihiko, it's sometimes women, you know, when they spend a lot of time together, they end up, you know, down for the count at the same time. You know, fantastic. That's okay. It seems Takaba-kun has a sixth sense when it comes to shadows. Actually, that's quite common. Dealing with shadows has a tendency to enhance other senses.
Unbelievable!
Oh my god, Stupe, shut up! I'm never gonna get to sleep tonight. Well, I guess I should take responsibility and come by your room tonight to check in on you and...
What?
And what exactly? Do I need to call the police? Or better yet, Kirijo-senpai? Wait, I was gonna say and sing you a lullaby. It was just a joke. Yukatan's freaking out for no reason. All I said to her was that someone might be in her room, or under her bed, or in her closet. I mean, come on, that's nothing to get all worked up about, right? That's scary. Wait, seriously? She'll probably see as one of those big-ass cockroaches. Well, I guess that would be pretty scary, too.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, but in the middle of training my persona to search for enemies. The others appear to be busy as well. If you were planning to go to Tartarus, perhaps it would be better to go another night instead. I'm good with not. I can go on my computer. Play some silly video games on my computer. Let's do Animal Othello. This looks like a game where you play Othello against cutely drawn animals. The elephant begins to bawl after I beat it in Othello. I keep playing and the cute animals continue to weep when they lose. I managed to make all of the animals break into tears. They seem to be staring through the screen with big, pitiful puppy eyes. I feel like this experience has strengthened my mental fortitude. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. You're so right. What do 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 do? Got a few messages. No school and no track practice? Guess that means we gotta go somewhere fun. Let's hang out. Hello, it's Fushimi. Would you like to go somewhere together? Sorry for the short notice. If you have some time and are interested, please let me know before the end of the afternoon. Thank you. Okay, so we can go with Chihiro or with Yuko today. It's almost time for the home shopping show. Yeah, probably. Hello everyone, welcome to the home shopping show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices, so don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
I'm going to do it. Today we're introducing the Healthy Lifestyle Set. Want to show off how much healthier you are than everyone else around you? Then do we have just the thing for you.
Good.
First up, we have the Health Sandals. Stay healthy from your head to your toes wearing these. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more.
Not bad,
We'll
kid.
throw in this diet food too. Guess how many? 4! All of this for just 3,980 yen! This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right. Today only. Yeah, sure.
Thanks, kid.
Next time we'll be introducing a designer brand set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks. We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Cool, thanks. Let's go with... I'm gonna log on now. Yeah, okay. Chihiro, let's go. Oh, that outfit's cute. Sorry to make you wait so long. Once I start reading, sometimes I have a difficult time stopping. This is the only place I could think of where we can relax without having to spend too much money. But, now that I think about it, maybe this place wasn't such a good idea. There's no point in meeting up if we're just gonna read on our own, huh? I think it's fun, actually. Oh, I'm glad. I was worried I was the only one having fun. But I'll come here alone from now on. When I'm with you, I want to have time to talk. Oh, look at the time. Days off always seem to go by so quickly, don't they? Would it be okay if I walked with you back to your dorm? Part of the way? Walked together and parted ways as I entered the dorm. Aw. She's cute. Mitsuru, what are you doing back there staring at me? I don't like it. Why are you back there? Why are you looking at me like that?
Seriously?
Damn, rumors spread fast, especially this one. Everyone in school knows about it, and soon everyone in town will too.
By the way,
You're looking for Mitsuru. She's in the back of the reception area. Apparently she's uploading the dorm's records or something to the school server. She's got to do it every so often. I know it's her job, but still, she's really got a lot on her plate. The girl they found was one of those girls I overheard talking about bullying someone. It's probably unrelated, though. Right? Let's ask the ace detective. Wait, oh, you're talking about Junpei? Seriously, he's such an idiot. Doesn't matter. Just wanted to chat.
Honestly.
This incident is quite troubling. As a student council president, I need to do something. Though it doesn't help that I have no idea what's really going on. What's everyone's status?
All right.
Everyone can go tonight. All right, let's go to Tartarus.
Yes.
I think we need a couple more level ups here to, we need to get Junpei caught up in level because he missed out on some level up chances. And we probably need to get like a level or two on everybody that we can. Maybe make some new personas. Let's go into the Velvet Room.
Marvelous.
3 more Twilight Fragments.
How may I
Sick.
assist you?
Use personas.
Ah, well then.
We can make
Shall we
Jack-o'-lantern.
This would be a wise choice.
We don't currently have a fire user. So that could be worth it. Something something blue, dabba dee dabba da. It's so true. What's up, John? How are you?
This persona is powerful.
Camlin.
This persona is powerful.
This persona is powerful. Ooh, Tamlin's pretty good, actually. Resistance to light and / immune to electric, only weak to dark. Sukukaja, power / Zio.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
What do I want you to have? I'm gonna give you Garu, I think. Oh, I have to get 2. I see. Garu, and we'll do single shot.
It seems no new powers have been. Well then, shall we begin?
We're doing all right. Sick.
This would be a wise choice.
Crit rate boost. Oh, that would go kind of hard.
This persona is powerful. What do you wish to inherit?
Give me Kuha and give me Dia.
It appears it will receive a fair amount of extra. Well.
Yeah, and our social link is pretty decent level here, so. And skadoosh. Jack-o'-lantern! I'll light up your path for you, hee-ho! Rage boost. Jack tie! Wow.
Please take a look.
Special fusion.
This persona is powerful.
Fortuna. Daru Bufu Patra. It's 3 unlocked spots. I don't have a social link for it yet.
What do you wish to inherit?
We'll do
It seems no new powers have been bestowed upon you. Why, this is exciting, isn't it?
Look at us go. Our first triple fusion. Wow. Yippee. Luck is sure to come spinning your way. You've got me after all.
Registering personas? Is overriding acceptable? I've completed registration. Are you finished?
The chance is getting set. Yeah, it does that.
This is your
Yeah,
progress
that'll happen.
This
I'm gonna
so you'll be
resummon
summoning
Hamlin.
this to free your inner strength. Please take a look.
Do we need anything else? I don't think so. Not now.
Are you finished? We look.
All right, let's go in.
Leader.
Whenever. Oh. Junpei's not in my party. Junpei, why are you not in my party? You're gonna need my help. We good to go? Let's go together. Cool. Let's go to 28th floor and we'll just go up from there.
Let's give this our best shot.
All right, squad, move out.
A shadow.
One step at a time.
Mess him up, Akiko.
Now let's finish him off.
Knocks him to the mat.
Everyone, follow my lead.
When's he gonna say that I've been waiting for this? That's what I'm waiting for. Come on.
Knockout blow. Just like we planned.
Look at him go.
That certainly went well.
Easy peasy, never in doubt.
It's one of those chests.
Just keep hacking and slashing. Eventually he'll come around the corner.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
Oh, hey.
Best bet.
The enemy's
Go on, Nico.
That was awesome, Sonata-senpai.
Everyone, follow my lead. Justice is served.
Lilum. Yeah, we'll take Lilum.
Just like we planned.
Nailed it. Nice gun.
Leave earrings. Okay.
Hey, it's the stairs. Let's get a move on, party people.
It's one of
Party
those
people. 2,000 yen. Oh, that. So it deletes a shadow in any part of like the same room.
Symphony is actually kind of pretty.
Interesting. That's good to know. Is that what we would call this? A limestone cave?
That's one strong shadow.
I don't know if I agree with that sentiment of it.
The enemy's strong. This is going to be a tough fight.
I'll take care of this. Get him!
And Sonata knocks him to the
We
mat.
cannot pass this up.
Ah,
Beat his ass. Okay, we've dizzied him.
In this situation,
Excellent work. You hit a weak spot. Let's go.
What to do?
Keep him down. Keep his ass down.
Hit a weak spot.
Revolution. Oh boy.
One step at a time.
What would happen if you were to remove the character's persona without them knowing and they tried to summon them? I don't think that works. Because a persona is like their own like mental power. So I don't think you could do so. But it would sure do something probably not great for them.
Can't stop me now.
I'll go with
Fortuna.
All right, you won.
It's over.
Great work out there.
The fool. I just want to see someone mess up and try to shoot themselves. I mean, later on, there is a character who does have a actual gun, like a not, you know, persona summoning gun. So I can imagine there could be a mix-up. You know, it's possible.
It's a treasure chest.
Every so often, you just oopsie whoopsie put the wrong gun up to your head, and oopsie whoopsie.
You taking it out?
There's somebody, yeah, they're not actual guns.
A single enemy detected.
Punch the piles of heads. Take him down, Akihiko.
A solid one.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Yeah, they're not just like pistols. They're
Shadow
like
spotted.
specific,
What's the
like they're designed to summon your persona.
Take them out.
Those ones are weak to wind.
I'll go with
Fuck it. We Kuha. Okay.
Akihiko's been poisoned. Can anyone cure him?
Zero. Of course it's electric. It's always electric.
Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko.
Oh, you can't pass because you're poisoned.
Akihiko's been poisoned. Can anyone cure him?
We could also just end the battle right here, so, you know, I think we're gonna do that. Harukaja. Ooh. Yes. Give me that.
How it's done. Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Yeah. Akihiko, get poisoned, but again. Where are you? Where are you?
4 enemies. They're weak, but they have numbers.
Breathing Tiara, we have no idea. Black Raven, no wind, no fire. There we go.
The enemy's down. Good hit. Roger that.
Magaru. Wind? No. Oh, they're back up.
It's gonna win this. Let's go.
Electric? No.
Nice hit from Akihiko. That took out 2 at once. You won. Now let's move on.
Poison. I'll pick Archangel. Shinpei gets the level up.
Who's next? It's one of those chests.
Purifying rice. Cool. Is that what I put my phone in when I get it wet?
And you have the first move.
These are weak to strike. Those are weak to electric. All right, this is an Akihiko special, and you are up next. So, Akihiko, would you please electrocute that one? Cool, thank you. All right, and then just punch that one. Perfect. Then punch this one. Perfect. And one more time for good measure. Punch that one.
Follow my lead. Put you down.
EXP up, please.
Doesn't look like we'll be needing a 10 count. That certainly went well.
Pure water. Oh boy.
Let's see.
Okay. Let's see where I need to go.
They shouldn't be a problem.
No. Not light. Alright, Junpei's gonna miss all his attacks now.
Good. That's one less to worry about.
Fufu, it's gonna be ice or fire, isn't it?
Can't stop me now.
Yeah. Bonk.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
Not bad.
Da-da-da-da. Baby, baby. Oh, I can get onion, baby. Onion chicken, baby. I love onion chicken, baby. It's such a great persona. It's one of my favorites ever, definitely.
There's a shadow.
Really too electric. Okay. Well,
It's gonna win this. I've been waiting.
I cut him off. He was gonna say the thing.
Put you down.
He was gonna say he's been waiting for this. Wands. Bonus EXP.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
Hey, speaking of good teamwork, I just got the achievement Make the Dream Work.
Let's not pass it up.
We're doing 50 all-out attacks. Light, fire, electricity. Okay.
I'll go with.
I hit the wrong one, didn't I? Whoops. It's fine.
Enemy down. Not bad.
Send it to Junpei.
What's next? Let's do this! Persona!
Enemy down. Pick that up, Iori.
Come!
Now, you're on a roll.
Get ready.
Easy peasy. Wands again. We're here to grind levels, get some EXP going. So
Doing pretty well.
wands or extra personas are like priorities.
Hey, that looks like a red chip.
2 targets. You can handle them.
Both of you are weak to electricity, right? Yep. All right, Akihiko, you're up again.
The best bet.
Bop, bop.
I've been waiting for this. Let's get in there.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
Don't pull any punches.
He says that shit so aggressively this time.
Put you down.
This one.
Just like we planned. That certainly went well.
One more and we get an Arcana Burst, which would be kinda handy. We can get the last, whatever it's called. Major Arcana.
Hey, can we take a break? I'm getting tired of the same old view.
That's fine, but keep your guard up in case of an enemy ambush.
What if we ambush the enemy instead?
Keep your guard up.
Boom.
The enemy's down. You're on a roll.
Beat his ass. Ow.
It looks like your backs are to the wall.
Let's go.
The team looks exhausted. Try to focus on healing.
We need to busy you instead. Yep.
Direct
Perfect.
hit on their weakness situation. That's what I'd expect, Dr. Hiko.
Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Baby, baby. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Ooh, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Baby, baby. Ba-da. Ooh. Right in the dick.
Dr. Hiko. That was a critical hit.
Appreciate it.
Right, she's get up after this one. Yeah. Revolution. Okay, now we need to make sure we knock his ass.
The best bet.
Bonk.
Now let's finish him off. Don't pull any punches. Time to put you down.
Sick. There it is. Magician. Obtain one of the item homunculus. Ooh, yes. Homunculi are very handy. Arcana Burst. Bam! Look at that. Dodge Dark. That could be pretty handy. Or just a shitload of EXP. Let's get a shitload of EXP.
Just like we planned. That certainly went well. There's a chest. Wanna try opening it?
Okay, so we've got our Arcana boost now. So now we can just we can be gaming.
It's no match for you.
Wild Beast. They say it's no match for me, so.
Too slow.
Successful dodge from Akihiko.
I'm inclined to believe them.
Focus.
Pop, pop.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
More HP. Yukari levels up to 16. Perfect.
All right, let's get moving.
Makuha gem.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
You guys are weak to electric. Alright, Akihiko. Show it to him.
Finish him off. Knock them to the mat. Don't pull any punches. Put you down.
Akihiko's been putting in work today.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
Okay. This is just a loop. Not this way.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Hummel earrings. Okay, there's the stairs.
Looks like we've mapped everything on this floor. It's up to you whether to continue or not.
Yeah, we're just gonna go to the next floor. Okay, and now we're to nothing floors, right? Rest of the floor. Actually, no, I think there's a couple after these.
I feel like
boss
I'm
floors.
gaining more muscle mass. I don't really want.
Why do you not want visible abs, Yukari? Visible abs go hard. We stand buff women in this household. Yeah, I think there's these 3 floors, and then I think we're back to normal floors.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up. There's 2. Here's your chance to attack.
Bonk.
All right, the enemy's down. Now, it's time for a full assault.
Won't cover our HP. I don't terribly need slime.
All right.
What do you
Let's
mean?
see.
One of you will split from the group and canvass the floor. That way we'll be able to explore more efficiently, correct? Still risky, of course, but one person should have an easier time avoiding shadows. If the scout can find the stairs, it'll lighten the load for Kodak and the main squad.
Hey!
I'm on it, just let me handle this. Cool. Scouting. After combat, you may have the opportunity to scout. If you decide to scout the area, one of your teammates will temporarily leave your party to look for a path to the next floor. The ally scouting ahead will collect items and hand over anything they've collected upon joining the party on the next floor.
Oh. What the hell? Why's the floor so dang bumpy here?
Oh, and they scout out the whole floor for me. Cool.
Hey, that looks like a rare chest.
Thunder Charm.
Hey there.
Here you go, I picked this up while I was at it. Revival Bead, Aqua Wall Piece, Aqua Ivy. Ooh.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
And we get a bunch of this floor. You bought Reload? Oh. I'm wishing you luck.
I've finally gotten used to seeing these things.
I hope you enjoy knowing what the next month of your life will look like.
I'll go with Fortuna.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
How are you, Miles? Good to see you.
The enemy's down. Good hit. The enemy's down. Good hit.
Bonk. Yes, please.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight. A shadow.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
Fire, electricity. Okay. Pass this on to Aki. Bonk.
Enemy down. Not bad.
To the mat. Get in there, Junpei.
Aki passes to Junpei.
Let's see.
Enemy down.
Can't
Keep
stop
that
me
up,
now.
Yori.
Hell yeah. Let us have it, fellas.
Drop him.
Ultimate swing.
Ooh, Nigi Mitapa. Ice break.
Try and kick ass, huh?
Doing pretty well.
Okay, there's our stairs.
So this is where the stairs were.
Nothing there. On up we go.
We gotta keep moving. Hey, there's a treasure.
You got
I can hold my
Jam.
own in a fight pretty damn well, don't you think? I always knew I had talent.
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out.
I do think this Fortuna is going to be extremely useful for us against the upcoming boss.
Good hit.
Having so many elements to go with
In this
is
situation.
really valuable here.
All right, champ. This should end it.
Goodbye. Ooh, Valkyrie. This is. I will drop. Lilum.
And that's how it's done. Doing pretty well.
Down the stairs.
Now, what do we run into next?
How is our levels doing? 849 for next level, 856. You're only 14 still, Junpei. God, lacking. 588. Okay. Cool. So we should be able to get to at least 17
Shadow up ahead.
here.
Another day on the
This
job.
may be a good test of your skill.
Venus Eagle.
I'll go with
Fortuna.
We'll knock these two and then we'll hope and prayers on the rest.
All right. The enemy's down.
what to do.
The enemy's down.
Pass it to Yukari.
What's next?
I have Yukari, nope, not wind. They have wind. Okay.
Yori's been knocked down. Someone cover for him. Excellent. Takeba dodged the attack.
Alright, so, electric?
We're doing good.
No.
Nice hit from Akihiko. That took out 2 at once.
Pierce. We missed. Fire. Ice. Ice it is.
Good. One less to worry about. This is our 10.
Here we go.
Spirit Drain. Go here.
Nailed it! Nice going, Junpei.
Nice going,
You know,
Junpei.
I think I'm getting pretty good at fighting.
Oh, lordy.
This one isn't much of a threat, but don't get careless.
Okay. You're wind, you're electric. Fuck it, we'll try ice on you.
Nice work. I've got
Knock you down. Pass it on over to Yukari. Knock you.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Pass it to Junpei.
What's next?
Z? Fire? No.
In this situation, I won't
Wind? No.
What's the plan?
Don't heal the lion. Not bad. Oh. Especially when he crits me. Stop healing the lion. I don't know what it's weak to.
This one isn't much of a threat, but don't get careless.
This one isn't much of a threat, she says, and it's taking out half my team.
This one isn't much of a threat, but don't get careless.
Light. Got it.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
I can't shift. I'm just hitting it. Busy it. Stop healing them.
You've been
I'll
distracted.
take care of this.
Okay. Aki knocks you, passes it to Yukari, who knocks the other one, and we all attack, and are fine.
Ready, Takeba?
You've been distressed.
Now's the time.
I can't all attack, because I'm distressed. Right.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
This?
Pretty good hit. Takeba's been poisoned. Does anyone have an antidote?
Yes! We can do it!
Okay, pounds down.
Good. One less to worry about.
Junpei. Not quite enough there.
Good. That's one less to worry about.
Punch the lion in the face.
You've been distressed.
There we go.
Justice wins again.
That did not go as smoothly as I would have liked it to. Long dog! My goat long dog. We'll get rid of Onion Baby.
Ah, yeah! Who's up next?
Let's see.
Okay. Go up here. Nothing there. There's the stairs.
One teleporter sighted. They'll take us back to the entrance, but I'm down to keep going.
break all this, and then let's go to the stairs. There's a chest here. Awesome.
It's a treasure chest.
Ooh. Oh,
The
you're
enemy's
different.
strong. This is going to be a tough fight.
Enslaved beast. Okay. The last one is weak to light, this one is not.
It's gonna win this.
Not electric.
Now's the time. Help me.
Not wind.
What's the plan? Go for it, Hurry!
Fire it is!
Not bad. Let him have it,
Gotcha, Denki. Zionga. Oh. Zionga? Really? Here? Now?
I'll go with.
The enemy's down. Let's fix.
Alright. Go after him. If we can dizzy him, that would be great here. We do not dizzy him. Ooh.
Not good. You've been knocked down. Teammates down. Try to get them back up. This is bad. Watch your health.
Step at a time. Go,
You better watch it.
Hakeba's back on her feet. Pull the trigger. It's time to retaliate.
That'll help.
Alright. We're gonna not all out attack here. We're gonna hope to knock it.
What to do?
Excellent work. You hit a weak spot.
Nope. Ooh.
Hakeba's down. She needs backup.
Ow.
The best bet would be.
It's my turn now.
Hakeba's back on her feet. It's time to retaliate.
I need you to get dizzied, my friend.
This is our
That I think we might be able to just finish here, though. We're gonna be doing less damage because no Junpei, but... Okay. Ooh. That bitch was strong.
Doing pretty well.
Disturbing the what now? Oh no, one by me again? What are we disturbing?
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
You're doing great, bestie.
A shadow.
Disturbing the Bree. Damn. Can't believe you're disturbing Bree.
Alright, the enemy's down.
Actually in a call right now? Wow, and you're disturbing her in call. That's crazy. I can't believe you would do that to poor Bree.
Alright, the enemy's down. The enemy's here on the roll.
Take him out. Fire break or slime? Fire break. She's singing along with it. I'm telling you, the music just you kind of just you have to jam. Legally. I think legally, if you're not jamming to the music, you're doing something wrong.
Good.
Elizabeth, how are we
Here are my
going?
requests.
75 out of 100 on our chests, 176 out of 200 on our shadows. Cool. I unfortunately did not level up though.
Very well.
Playing Gravity Lando T with Gnosis Ninetales. Heat. Why didn't I bring that to the GC? What the fuck? Yeah, I need a little bit more
Salut.
EXP. Use the teleporter. We'll go to 28 again. You should be pretty free. Nasty plot, Ninetales. Heat.
Now, what do we run into next?
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Well.
Pretty good hit.
Damn, they really do not like Akihiko. Understandable. Anyways, have a nice day. Goodbye.
Everyone, follow my lead. Put you down!
Letter's such a funny place.
Just like we planned.
Perfecto.
There's a shadow.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
Wow. I have just a thing for that.
Enemy down.
I'll take care of this.
We're running very low on SP right now on Akihiko and myself. So
We cannot pass this up. Better justice is served. Just like we planned.
Archangel leveled up.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Best to stay on your toes here. There's a shadow. We've got the upper hand.
They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
Wind electric. Okay, cool. We can knock you and then pass it.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
You mind?
Leave it to me. I have to do this. Time to shine. Last two.
Nice
Finish
one,
this with
son.
This should end it.
Dodge strike. More EXP.
That went great.
Junpei leveled up.
That certainly went well.
We've come quite a ways up. Don't you want to just take a little peek out the window? Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Take a quick peek out the window, yeah.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
Ooh. Ooh.
The enemy's weak to electricity.
I don't have enough SP for this.
Gotta do this work. That should help.
Hold on. Okay. Do this, and then we can pass it to Akihiko.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
It's all you. I'll take it from here. I'll take care of this.
And now he can click this button.
Three more. Can't slow down. Don't pull any punches. Better grip those.
Goodbye. Dodge light. I'll take the dodge light skill card.
This is over. Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
Alright, how are we doing? How close are we? 266, 293, 61. We're so close.
We gotta keep with.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
No match for you.
Now, you're on a roll.
Four ones. Yes, more EXP, more EXP. Get me my level ups.
Nailed it! Nice going, Junpei. Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Three targets. They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
What to do?
Alright. Knock you. Pass it off. Go to Yukari.
Roger that. I have to do this. Where's Sona?
Knock all of you.
All right. We're not gonna go easy. This is the end.
More EXP, more EXP, more EXP.
And that's how it's done.
Just let me level up, please.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Enemy spot. Let's take him.
Time for a fight.
They're weak, but they have numbers. Looks like fire won't work here.
Light fire. Cool.
I'll go with Persona.
Bonk.
All right, the enemy's down.
Bird down. Bird number 2 down.
The enemy's down.
Pass it off to Junpei.
What's next?
Take you out.
Enemy down. Keep that up, Yuri.
Stop now. Let's go.
Take you out.
Hell yeah. They're done for.
Ooh yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. EXP up. More EXP, more EXP, more EXP. Okay, Akihiko leveled
That
up.
certainly went well.
There's a shadow.
I'm simply trying to get to 17 here,
4 enemies.
but that
They're
is
weak,
seeming
but they have
to
numbers.
be difficult.
Pretty good hit.
Bum, bum, bum.
The enemy's down.
Bum, bum, bum.
Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko.
Bum, bum, bum.
Enemy down. Not bad, Akihiko.
And one more for good measure.
Now let's finish him. Don't pull any punches. Justice is served.
Raccoonda, yes, give me that.
Just like we planned.
Nailed it! Nice go.
160. Our EXP is going so slowly. I think we're probably, that means over leveled for this area. But
Great target. They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
The best bet will be the dust.
because we're getting like 100 EXP per, and that splits it 4 ways. So it's like we're getting like 25 EXP per person for each of these fights. No bonus EXP here, so this is gonna do very little for us. 154.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
More shadows down here.
All right, let's do this.
Looks like fire won't work here.
Drop.
Never mind.
I don't have. Hit him with the flashlight.
2 enemies down. You can do this.
Ready, winner.
To have. Yeah, we'll just do that. Just take the advantage of the items.
This is our. You're on a roll.
HP will fully restore.
Doing pretty well.
We got ourselves a Shadow here.
This shouldn't be a problem.
They're weak, but they have numbers.
Pop, pop, pop. Knock you down. Pop, pop, pop. Knock you down. Pop, pop, pop. The opposing Iron Crown used Focus Blast. It's super effective. Penguin lost 4.5% of its health. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah, Penguin just kind of absolutely decimates Side Spam. 3 in a row, hey. Honestly. Especially Crown Side Spam.
Now on to the next.
Like, you can sometimes get away with other Side Spam variants, but Crown just like, what does it do?
Best to stay on your toes here.
Terra Water, Terra Blast is like its best bet.
Hey, it's a rare one.
Rare shadow. Let's take it out here and now.
Best bet will be. How we do this?
Please hit this damn thing. I'm asking nicely. This would end our hunt right here if we could just take you out. That's what we needed. Give me money. That's the one we needed. There we go. Finally. Jacktite.
A new power!
Decrease one foe's accuracy and evasion. Oh.
Akihiko looks rather exhausted.
Well, I think we all are. Okay, go to the next floor. The good news is we should be able to just go to the next floor, every floor. We don't have to be here anymore. There we go. Perfect. All right, we got our level 17.
Good day. Are
Got
you
request.
accepting a request? Let's hear
Shadow
the
hunting
results.
milestone. Woo!
By all means.
300. We're at 212. 75 treasure chests, because yeah, we didn't get any more.
Very well.
We'll see if we can fuse anything before we head out. And then we'll get out of here and we'll actually make some progress.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
That was a longer than intended grinding session, but it got us there.
Registering, I see.
Register all of these, yes.
Will you register it? I've completed registration. Are you in search of new power?
Well then. Shall we take a
Jesus
look?
Christ.
You can't control this one yet.
31. Captain
You
Kidd.
can't control this one yet.
Wow.
This
Naga.
persona is powerful.
Bewilder, single shot. Neko
This would be a
Shogun.
wise choice.
I love Neko Shogun. Look at him. Funny guy.
This would be a wise
Oberon.
choice.
I needed to make an Oberon. What did I need my Oberon to have? I can't see it from in here.
We look
That's unfortunate. What do I need my Oberon to have? It needs to have a certain skill.
Good day. Here are my requests.
Have an Oberon with the skill Mazio. Okay.
Very well.
I don't have anything that can pass down Mazio, I don't believe. So,
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I don't know if I'll be able to make that.
Now then,
What kind of persona do you
this persona is powerful.
Oh, if it levels up, it gets Mazio. Oh, perfect. Can
This
I
persona
use
is
anybody that's not super great to make it?
This would be a wise choice.
This one would work. The Tamlin
This
one.
would be a wise
and just
choice.
resummon Tamlin.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
We'll do Garu. We'll do Sugukaja
It
and
seems
Basuji.
you have been blessed with... Well, well, well.
He's got Oberon. He levels up and gets Mazio. Perfect.
You can't
Harmon.
control this one yet.
Oh. Harmon would be quite strong.
This would be a wise choice.
Garulu. Wow, you're... Wow. Wowee.
This would be a wise
Picasa.
choice.
Mudo, Iha. God, you're weak to everything. Principality.
This would be a wise choice. This persona is
I can make this one for free, actually. There's nothing that I'm using right now.
What do you wish to inherit?
Give me dodge, slash, and Bufu.
It seems no new pop.
This would give me a dark coverage. Perfect.
Please take a look.
If we lose anybody that we need, Tamlin
This
is
persona,
valuable.
Is this acceptable? Very well, it's yours.
I think that was the only one.
This is your progress so far. Please take a look. Very well. We look.
Perfect. All right, let's go home and let's progress some plot. My goal is to get to the full moon tonight, which I think we should be able to do.
Yes.
That took us a little longer than I was anticipating it taking us, but we should still be okay to get there. It's on the 8th, I believe. We're switching to the summer uniform today. Wow. Happy summer, everybody. It's almost time to leave.
Good morning.
The student body seems to be rather restless lately. Don't you agree? Is that so? You don't sense it? Oh, I hope it doesn't have anything to do with shadows. Please, no summer yet? It's coming. Akihiko said we may be receiving a new member. We still don't know when we'll be attacked. They remain alert at all times. I can't wait for changing seasons. It's coming very soon. After this full moon, the next time we'd be doing school shit would be with changing seasons playing. Let's go with Maiko. Hi, Maiko. Next time we can... Hey, what do you want to do? Relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Hey, Yuka-tan. You ever check out the student message boards and stuff? You know how last week that girl was found by the front gate? Well, now, they're saying it was an angry spirit from this one ghost story that did it.
Come on, nobody really believes that stuff.
The angry spirit.
What's this ghost story about?
What? It's probably made up. We don't need to go into details, do we?
I'm interested. Go on, tell us.
Poor Yukari.
You got it. Here goes.
Oh my god.
Good evening, and welcome to Junpei's Believe It or Don't.
I love this stupid idiot. My guy had the flashlight in the back pocket and the dimmer ready to go. He was prepared.
There are many strange things in this world. Legend has it, late at night, after everyone has gone home, a maniacal ghost roams the halls and devours anyone caught in its grasp.
How terrifying.
The other day, this friend of mine, let's call him Witness A.
Not Witness A. Anything but Witness A.
Anyway, He said to me, "Hey, Iori, I saw something weird the other day."
Oh.
He sounded so serious, so I asked him what he'd seen.
Okay, what did he see?
He told me he saw the girl from 2.
No.
And claims he watched her go into the school on the night before the incident!
Gasp!
I told him I don't believe it, not even for a second. That girl from 2E ain't the type to go wandering around at night.
Yeah, she's a bully. She doesn't take school seriously. She wouldn't go back at night.
Witness A was as white as a sheet. He swore to me it was true.
It was true.
Then it hit me. If the girl was found unconscious at school, then maybe the ghost really did make her its dinner.
Oh no.
It all made sense. She went to the school at night and walked right into its deadly trap. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat.
This is so good.
Yes, there truly are some strange things in this world. Believe it or don't.
What do you think, Akihiko?
Seriously? Not one word about my amazing...
I'll give you the credit, Junpei. Don't worry. That was incredible. I loved it. That was an amazing performance.
I'm not so interested in the ghost part, but it does sound like it's worth investigating.
So, you're afraid of ghosts, huh, Yucatan? Didn't know you were such a chicken.
What? Who are you calling a chicken? Fine then. Let's investigate it. Each of us will ask around for the rest of the week and gather information. This ghost story's just a bunch of nonsense. I'll show you.
Sounds good to me. The story is a bit unnerving, isn't it?
Huh?
We'll leave it to you guys then.
Cool, great. Have fun.
Would have been too scary for me.
You tell him, Akihiko.
What?
Hey, Yukari. Someone else is using the computer right now.
Sorry.
Well, I'm trying to find stuff online about that ghost story. Seems like it could take a while, though. So I'm not going to go to Tartarus today. Sorry. That's okay.
Oh, goodness, no.
This isn't good. We're getting a lot of inquiries from parents and reporters alike.
Oh?
Yukari seems pretty serious. Well, it's good to be that invested in things. If you're free, how about lending her a hand?
Let's see.
If Takabo won't go to Tartarus tonight, perhaps it would be better to go when everyone can join us. But I have to admit, I'm a bit curious about those supposed hauntings. Hey man, how's it going? No? Nothing? Okay, cool. Alright. Play ourselves a video game. High School of the Youth. Raise our charm. Let's do it. Back playing the dating sim. Practice some lines and mannerisms that I can use to make a good impression with girls. Do you play more GC or do you expect yourself in Reed? How many games have you played of the GC?
Good evening.
8. Get to 10. That way you can say you gave it your best shot.
I'm back, just as I promised. How have you been?
Good to see you again, bud. Get out of here. Bro, fucking leave. Every time you show up, something bad happens.
I'm glad you remember me. In another week, the moon will be full again. The next ordeal will be upon you, Be careful. Until next time.
Bye. Feels like it's right around the corner.
Morning.
I'm gonna do my best from today onwards. Good luck.
Hey, listen.
Do you even know what I'm talking about? Well, whatever. I'm gonna look into everything there is about that ghost story. Remember, we'll share our findings on Friday. Could you also try gathering information? Like, maybe you could talk to some students after school? Yeah, I'll ask around.
So,
The phrase Mono Suza Majiku also appears in Ugetsu Monogatari. Of all the Ugetsu tales, I'm most fond of the one about the vengeful ghost wife. Such an eerie yet poignant story. Speaking of which, I've got a pretty good ghost story of my own. Care to hear it? Yes, I do want to hear it.
Yes, precisely.
Then my friend, the one who came with me into the tunnel, suddenly screamed, "There's a girl right behind you." We ran back home, scared out of our wits. But not long after that, I started hearing the strangest thumping noises coming from inside the wall. And then the faintest voice, croaking, "Let me out! Let me out!" As far as I knew, that room had always been vacant. Who was in my wall? So one night I decided to go right up to the wall where the sounds came from and knock on it. All of a sudden, right in my ear, I heard this girl's voice loud and clear. "I'm here!" And that's when the youngest member of my family came from. She grew up to be just like any ordinary human, though. What? Sir? What? And that's how I got a younger sister. Nowadays, I only lie awake in fear that she'll run off and marry this loser she's been seeing. Oops, there's the bell. Okay, class, that's all this for today. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, for sure.
Hey!
Did you find anything out about the ghost story? I'm gonna prove to everyone that it was just a rumor. And I'm not scared, alright? Alright, let's go ask around. Oh, hi, BB. Did you hear? I haven't. Kirijo Senpai would want a man who likes to study. Maybe I should study more. If I become the smartest in my class, she might accept me, even though I'm a girl. Oh my gosh. Gay, homosexual, gay, homosexual, gay. Life Orb, Terra Ice, Ice Shard, Chen Pao. Oh boy. Heard Yamagishi-san fainted again, and she's taking days off from school. Wonder if she's okay. She doesn't look very strong. They said a girl from class 2C fainted too. I heard it's apathy syndrome again. Wonder if it's contagious. I already told you, she just happened to faint in front of the gate. Apathy syndrome is so over-exaggerated. They'll get better if you give them some time. It's real. Very, very real. This sickness isn't even that bad. You just recover. It's fine. Never expected anything like this to happen to someone from this school. My sister goes here too. It's a good thing she's not the kind of girl who stays out all night. Okay, let's go with Chihiro.
Hello there.
If you aren't busy, I was hoping you could walk home together?
Thank you so much.
How about we have a chat at the cafe today?
Is it just me, or is the air conditioning in here too high? I feel a little lightheaded.
I feel fine.
I haven't been feeling well lately. I couldn't even finish my lunch today. I think I may have caught a cold.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but do you think we could go to the pharmacy?
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to go get some medicine. I'll be right back.
Okay. Have fun. I'll just be here.
Oh, hey there. You on your way home from school?
Huh? What do you want?
Wow, you're really cute. From this angle, I can see how gorgeous you are in those glasses. Say, you want to maybe sit down at a cafe and chat a little? Hey, come on, don't be scared. I'm not gonna bite.
He might.
No, please stop. Senpai.
Hey.
What do you want? What are you glaring like that for anyways? Wait, you're not with her, are you? Ah, she's friggin' taken.
Never mind, we won Glamora Ogrepon.
Quiet.
Let's go.
But I guess you can be tough when you need to be. I don't mean that in a bad way, though. You've already saved me, so I'm not scared anymore, but why am I still shaking?
I'm here for you.
That does make me feel a lot better. Okay.
We did it.
Thank you. I think I'm fine now.
I can sense Chiro, trust me. I feel our relationship has grown. Yippee! Urshi Pow, Snipe the Torn, Terra Grass Glim, kills Pow. Switchin, Pelly, double the slot as they switch Urshi into ammo. Live CC with Pawn, kill the ammo 1v3. Yippee!
I think I really did catch a cold. I feel like my face is all flush.
Yes, a cold.
Thank you again for saving me today. Now, please excuse me.
A cold. She caught a cold. That's why she's, her face is very red. Health Sandals diet food. Yippee!
Welcome back.
Hey, wanna go to TARDIS later? FD's been on the rise or something, right? There are all those weird rumors going around school. I feel antsy just doing nothing. Facing Dozo with Flutter, Moth, Glim, Grim. It's been fucking real. Wishing you luck. Well, good luck. Whatever the reality is, this definitely sounds like it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to the results. What did I get myself into? Actually, I didn't get myself into anything. This is Junpei's fault. Stupid is stupid, believe it or don't. I thought those stories were all fake, but she seems to be doing actual research on them. Is this the power of Junpei's believe it or don't?
What?
What, you got a problem? Yikes, she's seriously pissed, man. Something the matter? Just wanted to chat.
Could it be?
It's difficult to me to believe that this incident was caused by ghosts. However, we're currently at a lack of a more logical explanation, so it may be worth looking into. Please let me know if you come across any useful information. Let's work part-time. It's extra crowded, we'll get more money. More charm. More courage. Oh, we're level 3. We're determined. It's getting late. We should head back to the dorm. Let's go, baby. Let's go. What's up, dude? Hey, you looking into that ghost story? Like asking around about it? A little. I know you're lying, man. Well, not like I've done anything myself. I say we just let Yucatan handle it. I think she's taking this way too seriously, dude. Guess she can be pretty stubborn. As for me, I have plenty of scary stories up my sleeve already. I bet the story I told the other night made your hair stand on end. They say it's true, though. Bunkichi, Maiko. What's Maiko? Maiko. Do you think Stripey is okay? He said he's only here on Sundays, but I can't come that day. I wish I could play again, but I'll be okay since you're here.
So, you know how it was my birthday the other day?
Uh-huh.
Well, guess what? Mom and Dad both remembered!
That's so exciting!
They really do care about me.
Aww. That's great news.
Yeah! They were smiling and happy and everything! I got so many presents. I even got a birthday cake!
Aww.
It's been so long since we ate together as a family. We used to do it all the time. How come Mom and Dad don't get along anymore? I know. I'll just ask them why. If I know why, I can fix it and make it all better.
Good thinking, kiddo.
Make Mom and Dad happy again. Wish me luck, okay?
That's what, rank 4? Yippee!
Okay. I'm gonna ask them. Bye-bye. Let's play again later, okay?
Okay, I'm wishing you luck. Go get him, Tiger.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah. The level of gossip at school is getting pretty out of hand. Today there were 3 girls going on and on about a certain rumor. Really hope that gets taken care of sooner rather than later. Dude, there are rumors all over school. Don't people have anything better to talk about? Now how are we supposed to figure out what's true or not? It's hopeless. Hey, did you do any research on that ghost story? I sure did.
Really?
I knew I could count on you. But man, there sure are a bunch of different stories floating around. Can't tell which are real and which are fake. Maybe they're all fake. You're the answer. Academics. Okay. You played the quiz game. You're the answer. My brain feels sharper after beating other players with my quick answers. We're still only level 2 academics? Damn. I thought we would have gone up with that. We're still dumb as a brick.
Morning.
This sucks. I spent so much time thinking about ghost stories, and now I'm having nightmares. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, I'm fine. There are just so many stupid rumors going around, and it's tough trying to make sense of this whole thing. I did get some useful info, though. I plan on digging even deeper today. Try to remember what you found out at school, okay? Chihiro, Kaz. What are our ranks right now? Kenji is 3. Kaz is 4. Chihiro is 4. I guess we'll go with Chihiro again. Put her to 5. Or not. It won't grow anymore yet, so. Yamagishi-san is absent today, too. Okay, we'll go with Kenji instead. Even out all our 4s here.
Hey.
Totally random, but have you ever heard of a Gourmet King? Apparently there's a foodie around here who's a cut above the rest. They say he's a student at our school. Oh, good. Wouldn't it be cool if he told us the best places to eat? I'd totally take a date there.
Yeah.
I heard he's really into sandwiches now, so you could probably catch him eating one in town. And then guess what? The relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect. Do 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 do.
Welcome back.
Think of it, the crops I planted on the rooftop should be ready to harvest. Yippee! It's a good thing that they did remind me because I had already forgotten. They would have been up there for months. Look at them! We got tomatoes! Healthy tomato. Yeah, we'll plant some buff potatoes.
Well done.
Man, talk about something. Don't you get tired of those rumors? I sure do.
I see.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. Oh, good luck with your research.
Hello.
How's your research in their ghost story? We're missing something.
Precisely.
Well, I can see why it would be difficult to ascertain the truth in such a situation. But don't let yourself be discouraged. Seafood full course. Okay.
I'll show you to your table.
They know me as a regular customer. I wonder if it's due to my charm. Try the seafood full course. Thanks to the omega-3s in the fish, I feel my mind is sharper than before. Still level 2. Come on. We're just too stupid to be helped at this point. We can't be saved.
Hey.
You remember what we're doing today? We're gonna share our findings about the ghost stories tonight. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yep, I heard some pretty interesting stories while asking around. Anyway, don't forget about tonight, okay?
Well, today's Friday. Did you two ask around like we agreed?
Huh? Were we supposed to do something by today?
You're doing great, Junpei.
I told you.
I know. I'm kidding. Man, you've got such a short temper.
Fine. Then we'll meet in the lounge after school.
Okay.
Don't forget.
I would never.
Yes, ma'am.
I've never forgotten a thing in my life. Hey, BB.
Hi.
That is a beyond the home economics room. Sewing is such fun. I shall sew to my heart's content.
Sew it, knit it, and finally, weave it together. Today, our work is done. Fini. Say, could we go to the tea shop, Azuki Arai, together?
Sure.
It will be my first time going. Will you maybe, how do you say, show me the ropes?
Show me the ropes. Yeah, I can do that. Sure, let's go.
Oh, you are my hero, Kataja Kanai.
Yeah, what you said.
Let's be off then. We'll go together, my Tomodachi.
I don't like it when you call me your Tomodachi. I know that that's just like my friend, but it still feels weird. Coming from you specifically, it feels weird. Azuki desserts here are amazing. Red bean is so oshi.
I love the culture of Nihon. Japan is sugoi. Amazing.
What's up, Saphira? You're doing well. I totally agree. Encore disabled the hell out of them to win a very long game. You love to see it. Deserved.
Japanese culture is #1. Ichiban. I am so happy I came here.
Glim died after dealing with the moth. Then you took like no damage all game. Thank you, Scream.
I want to learn everything about Nihon and become Japanese.
That's so funny.
Thank you for joining me today. I won't forget your kindness. I have an aunt who lives back home. She has been helping me. I have to tell her that I've made a wonderful new Tomodachi.
You could also just say you made a friend, but you know, whatever floats your boat, I suppose.
Oh, look at the time. But I wanted to ask you more about Nihon. I must dream a bit longer, I suppose.
Yeah, my guy, you literally live here. Like, what are you trying to ask me about? You live here.
We'll continue our Japanese adventure another time. I'll be back.
Is he gonna say the fucking "I'll be back" every single time? Because that's how I told him we should. Oh my god. I told him that's how you should, you know, say goodbye to your friends. So now he's gonna say that to me every time, isn't he?
Okay, as we agreed on Monday, we'll now hold a meeting to discuss what we've learned.
Correct.
Wow, you're really into this.
I've learned nothing.
Of course I am. I got lots of good info. And it turns out there was no angry ghost involved.
Okay. Good.
Oh, so that's what's important, huh?
First off, let's talk about how this rumor got started.
Right.
The girl was found on the school grounds, so it does match the ghost story on that point.
Uh-huh.
But why did the rumor spread so fast if this was the first time anything happened?
It wasn't the first time. There were 3 victims.
Correct. But yeah, I was surprised when I found out. After that first incident, the exact same thing happened to 2 other students. All 3 victims had to be hospitalized. No wonder people thought it was a ghost. Okay, moving on. The victims were all in different classes, and at first glance, they don't seem to be connected.
Uh-huh.
But they did have one thing in common. Anyone know what it was?
They were all girls.
What is this? A quiz show? Do you know? What did all 3 victims have in common?
But at least going positive is nice. 8 and 2. Hell yeah, that's really good. They hung out together.
Yep, that's right. Not just once or twice either. They all got in with a bad crowd and were always out late. Considering they all ended up the same way, it can't just be a coincidence. So, to find out what happened, we're gonna do some field research.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever done for like a
Field
GC was
research?
like 30-ish games. I've never played the full 45.
Yep, there's one place where all 3 victims were regulars.
Whoa, hang on. You're not talking about that spot behind Port Island Station, are you?
Oh boy.
Oh, you know about it?
Dude, you can't go there. I've heard all kinds of nasty rumors about that place.
Oh, really? Well, then all the more reason we should go together.
Yeah, as a
You're
group.
coming with, right?
Sure.
Now we're talking.
Oh man, I don't know about this. That place is seriously bad news. Do we really have to go there?
Might farm some games before your TTRPG session if you manage to sleep tonight, but for now you're retiring on top, as you should.
Up until now, all we've done is follow orders. Isn't it about time we start thinking for ourselves?
I know what you mean, but man, you have to say it like that. I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
No, I don't think you do, Junpei.
Then it's settled. We'll go tomorrow night, so plan accordingly.
Cool. We've all agreed to go somewhere shady tomorrow night. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, maybe.
Seems like you went digging for info too. You answered all my questions correctly. Here, you can have this, a little prize for keeping your promise. Oh, thank you.
All right.
Enough's enough. Tomorrow I'm gonna put an end to Junpei's stupid believe it or don't. You're not too freaked out about all this, right? I'm fine.
Yeah.
Good, I knew I could count on you.
So...
I heard people gather there a couple times a month. The bad is the bad all get together. It's like a reunion for a bunch of ex-convicts. Hey, aren't we planning to go there tomorrow? Isn't that really bad? What if we run into them? What are you planning this time? Don't do anything too crazy. Nah, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Greatly appreciated.
I'm impressed that you've been able to gouge so much information in such a short amount of time. Okay, I think we go back to Wakatsu, like they messaged us about, and keep working on our intelligence. Surely this one will get us to level 3, right? Surely. Did you miss Fuka? No, we are about to meet Fuka. We're going to meet Fuka very soon. In the next, like, 2 days. We got there! Woo! We will meet Fuka on Monday. I have to remember that I have plans tonight.
Oh!
Don't forget about today, okay? I would never. Yuko, Tenkichi, Maiko. Let's go with Yuko. They aired the athlete's training regimen and... okay. Relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect.
All right, it's time. Let's get going.
Shouldn't we talk about this some more? I still think this is a bad idea. How are you scared of ghosts, but totally fine with this?
The ghosts aren't, you know, something that you can just run away from like a person, you know? Person with a knife, you could just book it, you know?
Because
Just
stuff
saying.
you can't see is way creepier.
Actually, I'm more worried about the things I can't see, like bats and knives.
Big deal. So it's a little dangerous.
It's just a little dangerous.
Come on, let's strike while the iron's hot.
Strike?
Yep, strike hard.
You're actually excited about this?
Sure, more or less. Try gathering information at the outskirts of the stadium. Are they just... They're just following me around? Oh my gosh.
Yo.
You guys going out at this hour? I don't know what you're up to. Just avoid going anywhere dangerous. Actually, that's exactly what we're doing, is going somewhere dangerous. Take care not to get injured. We would never. Hello. Oh, it's the dream team. Sheesh, you guys are always together. What's up? Hold on, you're not really going to Port Island Station right now, are you? Haven't you heard the reports? It's super unsafe. The hell are you kids doing out here this late? You delinquents keep loitering in the wrong places, getting up to God knows what. If ever one of your gang wears the heavy clothes to cover his tattoos, tell him I got my eye on him. I'll scram, I'll call the cops. Okay.
Wait, seriously?
Going to a place like this that late at night? It's not easy for a stand-up guy like me. Will you stop complaining already? It'll be nothing. What I have to do is take the monorail to the station. What's so hard about that? That's not exactly what I meant by not easy. You know, Yucatan, you might actually be scarier than the punks we're about to run into.
The hell are these guys? Check out those rags. They're from Gecko High.
Yeah, we probably should have changed clothes before coming here.
Oh man, this is even worse than I thought.
You must have taken a wrong turn. This place ain't for you, buddy.
Well,
What I'm saying is, you being here is ruining our vibe.
Bro, we ain't ruining no vibe. There's no vibes here.
Goatee? Oh, you mean me?
Yes.
We don't need your permission to be here.
Tell him, Yukari.
Hey, are you nuts? Read the room, won't you?
I can read just fine. Come on. Don't be intimidated by these punks.
What'd you just say?
She just called us punks. Come on. Let's post some pictures that'll make her daddy cry.
Her dad's dead, so it's okay. We don't have to worry about that.
Hope you've been practicing your sexy poses.
Oh boy, that's too good.
These guys are scum.
Oh, so now we're scum, huh? Man, I feel sorry for you, Goatee. This bitch is a real pain in the ass, isn't she?
Oh.
Junpei!
That's enough.
My goat.
I didn't know what they were getting into. I'll make sure they leave. You good with that?
Who do you think you are, dumbass?
You're stepping to the wrong guy, my friend.
Then I'm walking out of this. You want some too?
God, I love Shinjiro. Bro said, what the fuck you mean?
Son of a bitch! You just crossed the line. You think you're going home alive now?
Should we find out?
No? Or maybe not.
You know, actually, I don't think I want to find out.
Oh man, what a loser.
Bastard. Your name's Aragaki, right? Yeah. Now I remember. Shinjiro Aragaki.
That's
You're
my
from
goat.
Gecko High too, aren't you? Damn it, you're gonna regret this!
Oh man, Senpai, that was awesome.
It'll be fine.
I remember you. You guys were in Aki's room at the hospital. You idiots.
Yeah, we're stupid. What about it?
Go home. You don't belong here.
Wait! Sorry, but there's something we need to know before we leave.
Did Aki tell you to come here?
No. He doesn't know we're here.
Well, what do you want to know? Is this about that ghost story?
Yes, actually.
Yes, that's right. How'd you know?
The rumor's been going around. Those girls who wound up in the hospital were here talking shit every night. They'd brag about all the stuff they did to some girl named Yamagishi.
Not Fuka.
Yamagishi? You mean Fuka Yamagishi from 2E? They were picking on her?
That's why people are saying it's Yamagishi's ghost that did it.
Yamagishi-san's ghost? Wait, what do you mean by that?
You guys don't know? This Yamagishi girl might be dead.
Oh, good. Awesome. No, that's great news, actually.
I heard she hasn't been home in over a week.
Wait, what? I thought she was just out recovering. So, you mean she's still missing?
So much for that ghost story. Mr. Akota is the homeroom teacher for 2E, right? Does he know about this?
I get it, Aki. Still trying to make up for the past. It's you who can't let go.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyways, it's all I know. We done here?
Yeah, totally. Thanks a lot. Come on, show some appreciation.
You really saved us.
Just don't come around here again.
I won't make any promises on that front.
Thank you for helping us, and for sharing what you know. That was really nice of you.
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
Just don't come here again.
Dude, I'm drenched in cold sweat. But man, what Aragaki-san told us was shocking, huh?
Oh!
I'll let Kirijo-senpai know what we found out about Yamagishi-san. The fact that she's missing is no small matter. Man, we're totally gonna get yelled at for doing that without permission. I can already see it happening.
Give me a break.
Seriously, going to a place like that, there are limits to how reckless you can be. I mean, I'm proud of you guys for trying to gather information. Be a little more careful next time. Something the matter? I'm gonna chat. Yamagishi has disappeared. It began with a ghost story, but it's developed into a serious situation. We have to do something. Told you it wasn't a good idea to go there, dude. If Aragaki-san hadn't helped us, who knows what would have happened to us. I'm getting an ulcer just thinking about it. I said I was sorry. I didn't think it would be that bad. Well, now you know. Next time, have a little more faith in what I say. Anyways, there's no way in hell I'm ever setting foot in that place again.
Hey!
That guy looked kind of scary, but he was actually really nice, don't you think? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, you can't judge a book by its cover and all that. What was he doing at that place? Okay, well, it's been real. It was great hanging out with you guys. I'm gonna go to the mall. You're the answer. Raise my academics. Sure. Played the quiz game. You're the answer. I learned from my wrong answers and gained new knowledge. We've got a few messages. Kaz or BB. Let's see what's on the shopping program. And then we'll get to go find Fuka! The Fook.
It's amazing!
Hello everyone, welcome to the Home Shopping Show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices. So don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
Today we're introducing the Designer Brand Set. You're concerned about your personal appearance? This is something you must have on you. First up, we have the perfume. This luxurious fragrance will change your life. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll also throw in this health supplement. Guess how many? 2. All this for just 3,980 yen. This special limited product available today only. You heard right. Today only. Yeah. We'll buy it.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Let's go with Maya. Actually... Yeah, let's go with Maya. Fuck it. Said it with Maya for a while. The bond between us is growing. The relationship will grow stronger soon. Perfect. Oh, it's you. Could you free up your day tomorrow for me? There's a lot to be done for Fuka Yamagishi's case, so I'm going to require your assistance. If you have any urgent affairs, I suggest you settle them by the end of today. Okay. Do I have any more computer programs? I do. Language made easy. They're conventional dialogue paired with pictures for overseas travel. The protagonist wants to go to the airport but keeps getting distracted on the way. Fortunately, they speak with broken grammar to get a discounted burger. Eventually, the protagonist overcame the language barrier and reached the airport. I feel more confident in my speaking skills now. Alright, let's go save the Fook. Gotta go rescue the Fook.
Yo.
We're supposed to gather in front of the faculty office during lunch. Okay. To be honest, I don't feel like doing it, but we don't have a choice. And asking Mr. Okota for an explanation sounds like a total pain in the ass. This is so lame, especially compared to what we went to that spot behind the stage at night.
Oh, Kirijo-senpai. Why are you here?
Same reason you are. Mr. Okota, I'm here to ask you about a student named Fuka Yamagishi.
No! Please, I never thought it'd turn out this way. Fuka.
Hey, I remember you.
What did you do to Yamagishi?
Hold on, Kirijo-kun. This isn't an interrogation. Stop scaring her. Moriyama, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You wouldn't want to give her the wrong idea.
Fuka, she always looked so frazzled whenever I gave her a hard time. That's when I realized she may be a model student, but deep down she's just like us. And because of that, I knew exactly which buttons to push. You were just messing with her earlier that day, too. It was May 29th.
Okay, so it's been more than a week.
We took Fuka to the gym and locked the door from the outside.
Wait, what? You trapped her inside?
That's not funny.
That night, Maki got worried Fuka might commit suicide, so she went back to the school by herself. But she never came back. And the next morning,
she was found lying outside the front gate.
I went to the gym to let Fuka out, but the door was still locked. So I opened it and went inside, but she wasn't there. We all freaked out. Starting that night, we went out looking for her, but every night, another one of us wouldn't come back. And then they all ended up like Maki.
Yeah, this seems like kind of got what you deserved here, I'm not gonna lie, but
I see. Mr. Okota, all this time you've been reporting Yamagishi as absent due to illness. But the truth of the matter is that she was missing. You had to have known this. Explain yourself.
I was thinking of the students, of course.
Call him out. Call him out, Mitsuru.
You children may not understand, but we have to consider the future of everyone affected.
So you chose not to report a missing child for the good of the class, and not because you didn't want the police involved.
It was in her best interest. I wouldn't want her records to be stained by something like this. Her parents agreed.
So to protect your career, you ignored your responsibility as a teacher.
Get his ass, Mitsuru. Get his ass.
Despicable.
No, I didn't mean. I was just.
That's enough. You can go now. We'll handle the rest.
Wait, but.
Don't worry. This won't be the last you'll hear of this.
Oh, talk to him.
About your friends. Did you notice anything unusual about them before they went missing? Anything at all?
A voice. A creepy voice. They all mentioned it right before they went missing. They said they could hear it, calling their name.
Oh, that's good. That's promising.
Oh, man.
Senpai, could it be?
It's them. No doubt about it. Up until now, we've never been able to predict who exactly would become aware during the dark hour. This voice must be the key. In other words, it doesn't just happen randomly. They actually get drawn in. I realize now, after seeing all of this, they're clearly targeting humans.
Or when you just napped for 2 hours, you crawled on your chest, under your blanket, you have on me in your chair, had no choice but to succumb to the purring snuggles. Aww. That's so sweet. I love that.
Shadows are most definitely the enemy of mankind. Stay at our dorm tonight. That should be the safest place. If you hear the voice, tell us immediately. And don't leave your room no matter what happens. If you can manage that, you should be fine.
Just in time for Fuka, yes! It's Fuka Friday on this Monday. On, now it's Sunday, I guess.
Don't worry. Yamagishi should be alright as well.
Fuka.
Iori and Takeba too. We'll meet after school in the student council room to discuss tonight's operation.
Fuka every days.
Tonight?
Yes. We are going to rescue Fuka Yamagishi. If my guess is right, she's still inside the school.
Understood.
Good. You're all here. Tonight, we're infiltrating the campus. Our objective is to rescue Fuka Yamagishi.
I don't get it. Are you saying Yamagishi is inside the school somewhere?
Think about it.
Why are we doing this at night? At midnight, this place turns into...
Exactly. So if someone were to be here at midnight, what would happen?
Exactly.
Put 2 and 2 together here.
That's how Yamagishi wandered into Tartarus.
Wait! You mean Yamagishi-san's been over there ever since she got locked in the gym?
That's right.
But that was 10 days ago! No matter how you look at it, she's gotta be...
Don't lose hope just yet. Tartarus only appears during the dark hour. So where does it go for the rest of the day?
It doesn't exist.
That's a good point.
This is just a theory. But I think time flows differently in Tartarus. So even though it's been 10 days for us, it could have only been 10 hours for her. There's a chance she's still alive.
Wow, you think so? But wait, isn't the dark hour pretty brutal though? Even for us, how could she last 10 days worth in there?
That is true. And even if she is still alive, we might not be able to get to her.
Are you just gonna abandon her then?
Talk to him, Akihiko.
I have an idea. Let's try to enter Tartarus the same way Yamagishi did. We'll go to the gym and wait for midnight. That'll be the quickest way.
Is that really gonna work?
In all honesty, I can't say I fully agree with this. If something goes wrong, you could all end up lost in Tartarus too. But...
I'm not just gonna stand here and do nothing. If there's a chance we can save her, I'd never forgive myself.
Lamaune. Oh my god.
If you guys aren't with me, then I'm going in on my own.
I'm going with you, Aki.
Senpai?
Don't even worry about it.
All right. We know it's risky, but we also can't just leave her there.
Right. And we won't know until we try.
Guess we're sneaking into the school then. In that case, I've got just the thing.
You do?
And that is.
No answer. This is a problem. I can't get a hold of the chairman.
Well, that's not a big deal, right?
There is one issue. Without the chairman's help, I'm not sure how we can get inside the school.
Oh, easy.
No need to worry. I've got it all.
That's what Junpei's here for.
All set. An explosive?
No, Mitsuru. No, we're not gonna blow our way into the school. No. That would cause a much larger scene than we would need if we blow a fucking hole in the side of the school.
All right. I'll let you handle this.
She's just like, yeah, no, okay, that sounds good to me, actually. Yeah, let's go with that plan.
There's no time to waste. Let's go.
An actual explosive?
No. All I did was unlock a door.
I just went around and unlocked the door.
I got in, no problem. Man, I'm a genius.
Is there really something to brag about here?
Yeah, I love Mitsuru. She's great.
So you unlocked it earlier. Très bien.
Oui, good job.
So true, Akihiko.
We should find somewhere to get ourselves ready. Your classroom should work, right?
What?
Trey Ben? Is that French or something?
Yeah, it is.
Why are they talking in different languages anyway?
Can we turn on the lights?
Aw, you scared?
No, I'm not. Stupid.
Hey, that's uncalled for.
Quiet. We need to get started. It's better for us if the lights are off. They cut the power at night anyway.
I don't really like sneaking around.
First, we have to find the key to the gym. It should be in either the faculty office or the janitor's room. You three check the faculty office. Akihiko and I will take the janitor's room. After that, we'll meet in the main hallway on the first floor. Understood?
Understood.
So, we're searching the faculty office, huh? Hey, maybe we'll find some test questions.
Maybe I should go to the faculty office too. It sounds interesting.
You're not planning to do something unethical under my supervision, are you? I suppose you'll need to be executed.
Oh.
Hey, come on! Obviously, I was joking.
All I meant by interesting was that there's a higher chance of finding the key there.
Enough with the excuses. Let's head to the janitor's room. Iori, you're coming with us.
All right, let's get this over with.
Just me and Yukari. The squad. Faculty office on the first floor.
Do you hear something? What? There's someone else here? We gotta hide.
Wow, we're so well hidden. They'll never see us.
It was just a security guard.
Let's hurry.
I know.
Oh my god.
My phone. Why now? And of course, it's just spam.
Who's getting spam emails at like 11:30 p.m. in 2009?
Most people out, right? Come on, the thing just rang out of nowhere.
That was so cute.
What? That's not funny, you know.
Which one of these is the faculty office? Nurse's office, faculty office.
No. It's so dark, I can barely read these.
What
does it say on this one?
Pull up your flip phone. It's not like a flashlight, but you can still, like, you know, pull out your flip phone and use, like, the, you know, the light of the screen to, you know, have at least enough light. Jim.
Really? Let me see. Yeah, this is it. I'm sure they won't mind if we borrow this.
I should have said morgue.
Okay, let's go. We're supposed to meet up with everyone in the main hallway.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Did you find the key?
Sure did.
You know, I heard a scream that sounded kind of familiar.
Huh?
Wait, you actually did? I was just kidding.
You want to take this outside?
Guys, come on.
All right, we'll divide into teams again. 3 of you will enter Tartarus, and 1 of you will remain outside with me. Once the dark hour begins, I'll pinpoint Yamagishi's position.
I'm going in. You come too. You can take the lead as usual.
All right.
Then I'll be the 3rd.
Wait a second, Yucatan. Remember how I accidentally screwed up on the monorail? Give me a chance to make up for that.
Oh, come on. It's not always about you. Besides, you didn't accidentally screw up.
Yeah, you intentionally screwed up, but, you know, still.
All right, Junpei, we'll give you another shot. And with that, the teams are set.
Sweet. Thanks.
Taking the fellas with us.
What?
Gonna be Brokeback Tartarus out here.
What's wrong, Takeba? Do you have a problem staying with Mitsuru?
No, it's fine.
It's almost time.
Let's go.
That's right. Guess I'm alone after all. Fuka.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't want to hear this.
Calling me. I have to go to school. Tell her I'm sorry. Fuka.
Oh boy.
So...
We still haven't heard back from them. The transmission range is at max, too.
I hope that girl Moriyama is okay at the dorm.
She's not.
Unfortunately, no place is completely safe in the dark hour. But we couldn't risk bringing her here. And having one of us stay behind to watch her wasn't an option either.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we are all here for Yamagishi-san's sake.
Oh.
I'm here. I've confirmed your position. You're higher up than I expected. You're barely in communication range. Is everyone all right?
I don't know. Got separated.
Akihiko! Come in, Akihiko!
Is he out of range? That's worrying.
Oh. Must have lost consciousness. I don't see Sonata or Junpei. Oh, hello.
Are you awake? This is the first time we've spoken outside of your room.
That's not true. We talked to each other when you made me sign a contract in the lobby. Where are the others?
Don't worry. You'll see them soon. But we don't have much time to talk. Tonight, there is more than one ordeal you must face. You should hurry. She's waiting for you. You guys will need her. See you. I hope we meet again.
Cool. Let's go get her.
Are you alright? It's too far. I can't get any backup. I'm sorry. Find Nico and the others.
Communication has been lost. Alright, well. Oh.
When the others are on this floor.
Who's there?
Oh. Fuka!
What's your current location? Reply immediately.
Are you human?
Fuka!
Where am I? Why am I here? Please, answer me.
The ice with the slash. Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Freeze boost. Neat.
Is someone there?
Mabufu gem. Neat. I'm coming, Fuka. We're gonna get you out of here, girly.
Please, answer me.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, here he is. Man, we were worried about you.
Glad you two are safe.
I don't think we should enter Tartarus this way again.
Yeah, I think that was probably a terrible idea, but you know, it's fine.
Oh yeah. Did you hear a voice on your way here? Kind of like...
Who's there? Are you human?
That's it! That's the voice! Wait, didn't that come from behind us?
Fuka! She's real!
Are you Fuka Yamagishi?
Yes.
Wow, you're alive! That's awesome! Never fear, the heroes are here.
Good to see you're okay. Come with us.
Thank you so much.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'll be fine. Sorry, I'm just so relieved.
Looks like I made the right call then. I'll see if I can contact Mitsuru.
What is this place? One second I was at school, and then...
It's kind of a long story.
Yeah.
We can explain after that.
Mitsuru, can you hear me? No good. All I hear is static.
Oh, are you hurt anywhere? You've probably seen the monsters wandering around, right?
So, there is something dangerous in here then?
Yes.
I've gotten by without them finding me so far.
Wait, you've avoided them this entire time? How is that possible?
It's hard to describe, but I can sort of tell where they are.
What do you mean? Are you saying you're psychic or something?
Close enough.
She has the same power as Mitsuru, actually. She might be even stronger. Mitsuru's persona is always more combat-focused to begin with.
Persona?
Hang on to this.
Here, have a gun. Good luck. Go. Do a crime.
Huh? Wait, is this a gun?
Think of it as a lucky charm. It doesn't actually fire bullets.
Okay.
All right, let's get out of here.
Whoa, check out the moon. It's huge. I don't think I've ever seen it so bright.
There's some research that indicates the shadows are affected by the phases of the moon, although the same thing is true about humans.
That would explain Yucatan's mood swings.
Not the same
Hey,
thing.
wasn't it a full moon the night we went to the monorail?
It was.
It was.
It was also a full moon the night that we got attacked at the...
Hey, did you see the moon on the night the dorm was attacked back in April?
Yeah, it was full.
Today is June 8th. The monorail incident happened on May 9th. And the assault in the dorm was on April 9th. They were all on a full moon.
We're putting it together.
Mitsuru, are you there?
Nico, shadows are...
Hey, can you hear me? Mitsuru, come in!
Be careful.
Mitsuru? Mitsuru!
What is that? It's much bigger than the others. And it's attacking someone.
Damn it!
Time to go.
What the hell's going on? We're totally lost here.
We got another big fella. It's a full moon.
If my guess is right, they come every full moon. We've gotta hurry.
Hey! Wait for me!
What?
Oh.
There's two of them? Mitsuru! Takeba!
What's going on? Nothing's working!
Sonata-san, gotta draw the shadows away.
Yeah, I'm on it. Hey, if it's a fight you want, then you've got it!
Akihiko, be careful. Normal attacks don't work on them.
Uh-oh.
Hey! What the?
Uka.
No, what are you doing here?
Moriyama-san?
Hey, come back!
Please get out of here! It's not safe! I had to tell you. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Hey! Look out!
I have to protect her. Persona.
That's our girl.
Yamagishi-san?
A persona?
I can see. I can see these monsters' weaknesses.
Can it be?
Just as I thought. Mitsuru, let her take her place. We'll handle these guys.
Let's beat some ass. This boss fight is rough. So I'm hopeful that we're equipped for
I'll begin
it.
searching for the monster's weaknesses. Please give me some time.
What to do?
What's
mostly just setting ourselves up here. Until we can have Fuka figure out what's going on. Like, I could get lucky and just luck into it, but... Ooh, that was a lot of hits.
I can start the analysis at any time. Please tell me when to activate it.
Press minus while on the analyze screen to use Fuka's skill full analysis. Doing so will deplete her SP. Carrying out a full analysis will reveal the enemy's weakness. Use it to battle more effectively. Oh, they changed it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Carrying out a full analysis will reveal the enemy's weaknesses. A full analysis can only be done after everyone, both allies and enemies, has ended their turn in the first round.
I didn't know I had this kind of power.
Your ability is just what we hoped for. It's even more accurate than Mitsuru's. What's next?
Okay. You are weak to Pierce. Do I have anything with Pierce skills? Emlyn. You are weak to electric. Perfect.
Come on.
Pass that baby off. Then it's Akihiko.
One step at a time. Can't slow down now. Don't pull any punches.
Making an actual skill to be used is really cool, actually. I like that a lot.
I'm using this.
Shift back over here.
I'll go with it. This is it.
Because in the other ones, you could just like ask her to analyze, and it would take like a turn to let her analyze the enemy, and then it would come back with what they were weak to. But now you can just use it as a skill, and it's limited.
The best bet would be do it.
But that changes the dynamic of this fight a lot, because I don't have to do as much stalling. Also, having shift changes the dynamic of this fight a lot. We've almost taken the one down.
The enemy lines are broken.
Here we go.
Ow.
I'll go with it.
Okay, you're down.
Hey, pick me!
Do it.
I'll take it from here.
Shift over to
I'll take care
Aki.
of this. I've been waiting for this. Everyone, follow my lead.
Almost down. Heal up Junpei.
It's gonna win this.
Do it, Polly, do this.
Oh, I didn't even need to heal there. I should have checked my torn order. Just guarded. Easy peasy. Emperor Taro.
Yeah, love getting jacked.
Let's go, Fuka.
Are there more of them?
Don't worry. It's over.
Fuka. You... Are you okay? Yeah. Thank goodness. Fuka!
It's all right. She's just exhausted.
Fuka,
Where did those two shadows come from?
Somewhere outside of Tartarus. Just like with the dorm and the monorail.
Outside, huh?
What are we gonna do about Moriyama-san? She knows about the Dark Hour and the Shadows.
She'll just forgore.
It doesn't matter. She's not like us, so she won't remember anything that happens in the Dark Hour. The good news is she didn't fall victim to the Shadows despite hearing their call. So I don't think she'll get drawn in again. She's safe now.
But doesn't that mean she'll forget Yamagishi-san saved her life? That doesn't seem right.
Actually, I get the feeling that things will work out.
I'm sorry, Fuka. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. She's fine.
Looks like she's learned her lesson.
She's having a breakdown. Fuka's unconscious. Everything's fine.
I'm sorry.
We did it. Happy ending. Yippee! Wasn't easy, but we managed to rescue Fuka Yamagishi. A mysterious boy appeared again. His warning doesn't seem to be just a dream. Can't make any sense of it right now. I feel way too exhausted. I should get some rest as soon as I get back to the dorm.
Good morning.
Yamagishi and Moriyama are recovering nicely. They'll be released from the hospital in the next few days. That's good to hear.
Precisely.
Yes, it is. We'll need to invite Yamagishi to the dorm and explain what happened. Considering that power of hers, we could definitely use her help. Alrighty. Well, I think that's the perfect place for us to leave it then. We did it. We beat the next full moon. We have met Fuka. Monday, when we stream this next, we'll get to actually, like, you know, get to know Fuka a little bit more. Because she's actually gonna be, you know, not just trapped in Tartarus for most of the time. But for now, I'm going to look for somebody for us to send on a raid to. Who do we have that is live? Let me see. We can go see Obsty doing Neopets. I know we just went there recently. We can go see Drewby. That's someone we haven't gotten a chance to go see recently. Who is doing Shovel Knight. We can go see... Yeah, let's do Drewby. It has been a little bit since we've gotten to go see Drew. Let's send a raid on over there. As for me, I will be back on Monday. We'll be doing more of this. We'll be hanging out with our new bestie Fuka. And I'm trying to remember. I think, yeah, okay. We'll be going into summer probably. We'll be enjoying summer vacation, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Should be a lot of fun. We're getting into the... It's interesting because this game, it kind of follows an arc of, as you grow your party size, the story picks up alongside it. So we're getting into the good shit now. We've now gotten to 6. We're continuing to grow. By the time we hit like August and we have like almost everybody, that's when shit starts going crazy. So I'm excited to get to it. Should be a lot of fun. And I will see you all very soon. God, this is... With the blue light behind me, this blue screen really just kind of barely does anything, does it? Huh? That's funny. All right. Have a good night. Go send Drew a lot of love. Hi, Suki. Bye, Suki. Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. I hope you're crushing it at extra work. Bye.